All right. Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining us today. This is going to be a different kind of stream. Instead of doing a simulation, we're going to be doing a bunch of PTCS roster builds. So I was originally just going to cancel the stream and just work on PTCS stuff. But someone very wise reminded me that other people might be interested, might want to learn, might learn something from how I draft or how I build my rosters. And considering I gained so much from watching other people do this when I was first starting out, I thought that was a great suggestion. So I'm going to do my roster building and my drafting here on the stream. So I just did a reboot because my system was starting to lag, and I just wanted to preemptively get that out of the way. And it is running a little bit better now. So, but I forgot to restart OOTP. So just give me a second while I do that. I do have I pulled some information together about how I qualified. So I have 6 accounts. Oh, and Sporer's in the chat. First time chat from Sporer. Good to see you. Thanks for joining. Because I was kind of curious to see how this came together. So I have 2 accounts, and if you're new, you may not realize this, but it's really important. You have each each. Well, sorry, I have 2 licenses. So when you buy the game, you buy a license. And each license actually comes with 2 additional free accounts that you can create. So every time you buy a license, you're actually buying the opportunity to create 3 accounts. And then when I decided I was going to stream OOTP, I bought a second license because I wanted to just start from scratch with a whole new set of accounts that were going to be specifically for the stream. Um, so across those 6, the other important thing to remember is in any given tournament, you can't have more than one team from a given license. So in my first license, I have 3 accounts, but I can only enter any one of those in a given tournament. But for my other license, I can enter another team into the same tournament because they're considered separate. So for each license, I have one team going after an iron berth, another team going for a bronze, and a third team going for silver. And then all of them playing daily tournaments. So in iron, the cutoff is the top 128 teams make it in. And the top is calculated based on you get points for placing in tournaments. Um, and if you win a tournament, you get a bunch of points. And so I think it's 25 if you win a daily. It was that's yes. Flora mentioned this highlighted. It is a hell of a workload. The biggest workload was the dailies. So I started this experiment where I thought, let me see if I can get all 6 teams into daily draft. And so I was just constantly signing up for new tournaments, doing drafts, uh, and then even after you build even after you draft, that's actually the quick part. Then you have to adjust the pitching staff. I always put all the pitchers on. Well, here I can show you what that looks like in the game. Let me just pull up. What's a good one to pull up here? Well, let's pull up the namesake franchise time machine account. So let me switch over to that. Okay, so it is a lot of work. So here, I'll just show you right now. I'm signed up I'm currently signed up for 3 iron tournaments. I'm in one right now, and then the PTCS one doesn't count as a slot. And then I have 2 draft tournaments up right now. The reason I didn't fill the third slot is I want to always be in EVC's Daily Bagels and Schmear tournament. So if it's too close to that, I leave that slot open so that as soon as that tournament fires, I can sign up for it again. Um, so yeah, so I was constantly having at least two or three going at a time. And then here's one where I finished third. Oh, I finished third or fourth in bagels and schmear again. Awesome. So that's one of the tournaments where, because it's associated with his stream, he keeps track of the standings, and if you win the month, you get an additional, I think it's 20 packs. So that's cool that I finished in the top four again. Okay, so when you draft a daily, when you after you draft a daily draft team, you have your roster, but then you have to do things like set your sliders, and then the one of the ones that takes a lot of time, and I'm hoping this becomes something where it's where the interface can become better. Sports says always being in 5L and bagels is why my main account missed PTCS, unfortunately. Yeah, I, I, I get the feeling, because I understand the feeling, because before I started realizing I should spread them out, I had one account doing 5L and 6L, which meant that account never got to play any other tournaments, because I always need to keep one free to sign up again, and it's a 12-hour cycle, so I never got to play another tournament with that team. So now I have each of my three accounts running either bagels, 5L, or 6L. And 5L and 6L are Laptop Hounds Lower Level Leisure Lounge, which it just features bronze, iron, bronze, and one round of silver. And it's one of the most fun tournaments, and it has a ton of really great players in it. And a lot of us are in the chat on his stream, so we can chat to each other about the tournament, which is fun because most tournaments, you don't get to interact with the other players in it, and for these you get to see them all the time, so it's a lot of fun. So once you draft, then you have to set up your rotation, and then what I do, and I think a lot of players do, is if you right click and go to set game strategy, one of the things I was taught last in PT24 is you want to set your aggressiveness tired hook to on. And I'm actually shocked it's not checked here. So I finished I finished in the top four without doing what I usually do, which is checking that box for all the pitchers. And you have to go in. You can't just do an overall slider. So in your strategy, you can set strategies for your entire team, but unfortunately, I don't think there's any way to do a mass checking of that box. You have to go into every pitcher and check that box. So that takes some time, which isn't a big deal unless you're trying to qualify for 6 draft tournaments in a cycle, and then it gets a little cumbersome. And then you have to go in and set your lineups. Um, for both rotation, for pitching staff and lineup, Spore saying we need to get global aggressive tiredness. Like, thank you. That would be great. Or even if it just defaulted to that would be helpful. Um, And so I usually let the AI set the pitching staff and the lineup as a starting point, and then I always go in and manipulate it to the way I want. So one of the things I noticed it doesn't do a great job of is, um, I guess, however way it evaluates the cards, like it doesn't usually agree with how I do it. And one of the things that also came up earlier tonight was I find that it tends to overrate two-way pitchers when it puts them in the lineup. It seems to always want to start them in the lineup when, based on their attributes, I don't think they have any business starting. You see that allow is pinch hitter when tired under global. It used to be individual too. Someone asked if we can get the aggressive tired set global. Oh, cool. So there's precedent for this happening, which is great to hear. Um, Hopefully that means it will be easier to do. One of the things you might notice when you look at my screen is I've created these views that are different from the what comes with the game. So here's the default batting ratings. This one's not that different. But one of the things I did is I wanted to include BABIP, I think is the big one here. So contact is comprised of both BABIP, which is batting average of balls in play, and avoid strikeouts. And so I created a separate screen that has that, and then has it by versus righties VR and versus lefties VL. And then I think I maybe took some stuff out. Um, I think it'll look more different when we go to manage cards when I'm building the rosters. I think I've done a little more stuff there. And then for pitchers, um, oh, it's going to look weird because I'm looking at batters right now. So sorry. Let's go to batters. And so if you go to pitchers, I've also created this view, and the default view for pitchers pitching ratings is this. So I've taken out a lot of stuff that I don't consider as important when I'm doing my lineups, and I've adjusted this. And when we get to managing cards, I'll show you how we make those changes. It's pretty easy to do. So sorry, yeah. So this is what it looks like when I'm looking. Um, so having to do that for every single tournament was pretty time consuming. Uh, Mostly for drafts. For regular tournaments like Iron Daily, Bronze Daily, I was really only updating my lineups or my rosters maybe once a week. Mostly after the new cards would come out, and I would rip packs, and I got new players. Um, Other than that, I don't really see too much reason to edit those. So that was actually the easy part. I would just have to make sure I entered those rosters every day. But that was really the post draft stuff that took a lot of time. So I pulled these tables together just to see you know if I could see any kind of patterns or anything interesting in the path to qualifying. So for iron, it really just takes one big week. So if you look at the cutoff for iron was 46. Um, and so both my teams made it pretty easily. And if you look at the hooked on streamer phonics uh, data, just in week 10 alone, that team would have qualified with 55 points. So I think that was probably like a win in a couple of second places, and it gets you over that 46 already. For bronze, my low diamond Phillips team was just crushing it and would have qualified after the second week. The Georgia Tech on my mind TTC, that's a theme team, had a slower build, but again made it pretty comfortably. And then for silver, I thought this was interesting. I don't really treat my accounts any differently when I'm doing this. Some of them have access to better cards, I guess, because the three teams from my original license have been around longer, and so they have more cards. But basically, these two teams switched off. The Tampico Stogies team was crushing it in the first 2 weeks and then tailed off. And then suddenly the Learned League Llamas team took off. But then both ended up almost tied and more than doubling the amount of points needed to qualify. And then in drafts, I was trying to get all six in. I couldn't do it, but I got three in, which in the chats, it seems like the general consensus was this was a tough cycle to qualify in daily draft. So I ended up being pretty happy just to get three in. And, I'm the same person doing all the drafting. I'm the same. And with draft, like what cards the account has doesn't matter. So I thought it was interesting that there was still this much variability in how each account performed. The Georgia Tech on my mind team just came out of the gate super strong with 61 points. And then I actually won the week in week 10, which I didn't even know you get points for that. And the way I found out was Mr. Audit, who actually taught me a lot in chats about how to play tournaments and how to kind of position myself for PTCS. Um, I forget if he's put in the chat or if he whispered to me, but he was like, "Oh, you beat me in daily draft today," and I was wondering which tournament he met, and he actually met like in the whole thing. And so when I looked, I noticed, oh, I had 50,000 more perfect points. So that was a really pleasant surprise. I didn't know you get perfect points for doing that. And then to hear it from a person who taught me so much, I thought was really great. Um, and it's because of people like Mr. Audit, which is why I decided to stream this stuff tonight. Like I was just going to do it, and then I realized after hearing from mostly from hearing from Paul that I should do this and stream it in case other people want to check it out. But yeah, for some reason I don't know, like this other account, the Learning League Llamas, I just could not get them going, even though there's literally no difference between the accounts. I think as far as how they draft. So yeah, I don't know why that happens. But so we'll be doing these three drafts. So I thought I'd go iron, draft, bronze, draft, and then silver draft. But the reason I had to do this instead of the normal content is because I would just run out of time tonight, and then I didn't want to risk not having my teams in. So Spore says maybe that shows the variance in drafts in terms of the cards you get. So I would agree with that. I realized I was talking about this table without showing it. So I do this all the time. I forget to change my screens in OBS, and I'm talking about something, and then people are trying to like, wait, we can't see what you're doing. Um, but I think the variability should hit across the board, right? So I don't know why, for some reason, and I guess it's in some ways it's small samples. So maybe just that learned league llamas just happen to get all the bad drafts, but um, yeah, I thought it would be much closer, and it would be like three squeaking in and three barely out. I think it's interesting that like yeah, how big a sample to evens out? I don't know. We'd have to ask a mathematician. Like I'm assuming Charles is a mathematician of some sort, but I don't know the answer to like when the numbers become big enough. But um, yeah, and then I started wondering if it's actually a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like, did I start drafting or behaving differently for the learning llamas because I knew they were so far behind? Um, so I think there's some element of that too. And then I did also start switching it up a little bit. I realized halfway through that I was doing much better in the speed drafts. And so I tried to assign more of those speed drafts to the teams that were kind of on the outside looking in. But I still couldn't make up the difference, and so I just got those three teams in. My hypothesis on the speed drafts too is that because I know the card set pretty well, and I think because I have kind of an algorithm in my head for like how do I evaluate a card even if I haven't seen it much, I can just kind of make the decisions quicker. And then I also think when I'm in like the pressure situation where you have 10 seconds left and you have five picks to make in round 13, I found myself like feeling pretty calm about it. And I think I was calm about it because I knew this was like one of 1,000 drafts I was going to be doing. So I think I probably came through that with fewer mistakes during the draft. Like everyone has good luck or bad luck in what cards they get. But then I think you can make good decisions or make mistakes in your decisions. And I think I probably just made fewer mistakes. So on the times that I was lucky, I didn't then mess up and like not finish the draft as often as, like maybe like the average person might. Um, so I started doing more of those with the weaker accounts. All right, so I think let's go to Iron and let's just start here because we're already in the franchise time machine account. And I did have some buy orders for some combinators, so I'm also going to see if those came in time. Um, so yeah, one thing I wanted to look at was here's a good example of hold on, let me see which account. Yeah, I wasn't able to sign up for late no, what was it? One of them I couldn't sign up for because I was still alive in the tournament. And I was going to show it as an example of okay, I just got knocked out of late iron. And considering that started almost 5 hours ago, that was a really good sign. And this will kind of give you a sense of what's happening in iron these days. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Where's the one? There was one I was just watching. I made it to round four, and I was going to show it on the stream because oh, it's in my other account. So we get to the account shape, but I made it to round four and then ran into a combinator team and then got knocked out, which is basically what happened the entire cycle. So all these points I got in Iron, I basically got playing live tournaments, and then however far I can get in non-live tournaments until I ran into a combinator team. But you can see, like, you can still get enough points to qualify doing that. Okay, so and so I started playing Perfect Team pretty late in PT24. And so I think I was only playing for two or three PTCS cycles. So I haven't actually done this a lot in PTCS. All right, so the first thing I do is refresh myself on the environment. So it's 1961. So I think I'm probably going to end up going with 10 pitchers and four starters. And there's actually a great page that other I think other streamers have made, and it kind of it floats around all over the place. And by it goes by era and shows you how many starters and relievers you kind of need based on the era. I have it on my phone, so unfortunately I can't show it to you, but I look at it all the time, and it's super helpful. Um, so it's I use it so much. I just took a screenshot of it from one of the streams, and I put it in an OOTP album I have on my phone, and then I just look at that. So if I look in that, and it says for 1961, and I heard the years have changed a little bit. Oh, Spore pinned it in Discord too. So if you um, is that in the OOTP Discord, Paul, or in your Paul Spore Discord? So 1961 is in the beginning of the baseball boom era, which says five starting pitchers, pitch counts of 160 are common, pen usage still rare, five relief pitchers in the OTP form. So you can find it there, thanks to Paul Sporer. So, yeah, so I'm going to be looking to pick 10 pitchers, five of them starters. And then this is, if you look at the numbers after the stadium, which is 1990 Anaheim, there's kind of slash lines. So it's versus lefty versus righty. So average is 953 of modern and 0.91991 of modern. So it's going to suppress average for left-handed hitters a bit, but it's going to boost home runs for from both sides 10%, and then it'll suppress doubles a bit and triples a lot. So those are just things to keep in mind during the build. The big thing for me is making sure I pick the right number of pitchers, and so I usually start with pitchers. So from this screen, what I usually do is I go to manage cards. Um, I make sure I hide duplicates. It's less important for PTCS, but in regular tournaments, the last thing you want to do is have, if you don't hide duplicates, you might pull one card into your roster, and then when you're selling cards or feeding them into the combinator, you might inadvertently use the one that's on your team. So I always hide duplicates, so it only takes what it considers the original card. And then the other thing I do is I uncheck active cards, because what I want is I want any card that's on my roster, active roster, to not be part of this selection set, so that I'm always only looking at cards that aren't on my roster yet. And then for pictures, I created this picture view, and I think this is probably, yeah, it's way busier. Here's the default picture view, pitching ratings, right? It's got stuff, movement control, stuff versus lefties, for stuff versus righties. And I think in the last across PT24 and PT25, we learned the importance of understanding a pitcher's P BABIP, home run suppression, control. And so I just created this version. I'm sure it's an eye chart to look at if you haven't looked at it before. I use it so much it's like second nature to me. But what I have is the overall ratings versus left and versus right combined. The ones I consider important right now are stuff, home run rate, PBABIP, and control. And then next are versus lefties and versus righties. And so a lot of times what I'm looking for is when I'm looking at a right-handed pitcher, I'm looking at this middle section of their versus lefty stats. And I'm looking at a left-handed pitcher, I'm looking at this right section of the versus righty stats. And the reason I do that is because there's so much platooning going on that I'm going to assume most of my righties are facing lots of lefties and most of my lefties are facing lots of righties. So I want to see like the worst, their rating against the worst case scenario. That said, I usually do my sort though by just the general. And so the two things I tend to sort the most on are home run rate and make sure this is at the top. So I'm seeing the highest home run rate is home run suppression. And I usually check for the highest control. Last year, I would have been doing most of it based on PBAB at first. Early in the cycle, I was using control first. Now I start with home run rate first. And then the first thing I do is I go through and try to select my starting pitchers. And I want to get at least one left in there. So here's my Mike Nagy. I like the home run rate, but the control's too low, 38. So I'm going to go on to the next one. Chris Welsh. I like this card. I've played it a lot in tournaments and in drafts. So I'm definitely selecting this one. So I'm going to activate it. And because I unchecked that active list, as soon as I check it, he's gone. So I don't have to worry about like him popping back up all the time and picking him. Um, Tony Britzolera. I can't play my own. I can't add players to my phonics theme team based on my own mispronunciations, so he's stays off the list. But anyway, um, I used to not play this guy because of the low PBAP, but I think that enough people showed data, and then even my own kind of anecdotal experience found that like it doesn't matter as much. Yeah, stack my own team. One idea I did have, but it's gonna be too hard to keep track of, so I didn't do it. But it was like if a player has been qualified because someone else mispronounced it and then I mispronounce it, they fall off my team. Because then I thought that would have been a fun way to kind of even things out. But I just thought it was too hard to keep track of. So Tony is going to be added. So I've got two starters now, but they're both righties. I'm just going to try to keep track of their right left in my brain here. Um, Nate Cornejo, I like his home right rating control, but I don't like the stuff of 10. So I'm going to hold off on him for now. I'm going to skip past him, see if we can find some better options. Uh, Sandy Vance. Oh, okay. One thing about Sandy Vance is he's a pretty good hitter. So one thing I want to go back to is see if this is a DH tournament or not. The designated hitter is being used. Okay, so oh, it's for you. Yeah, you like the idea of giving back names I mispronounce. I thought it was fun too, but maybe if this channel becomes more popular and if like maybe if other people can help me out, maybe I'll start doing that. But for now, I'm not going to activate that rule. Okay, so it's not D8, so I'm not going to give extra weight to Sandy Vance for his hitting, but I think this profile is still good enough that I'm going to add him for now. And then let's see, I'm still looking for other people with the high starters. So the way I'm finding the starters is this far left column is the stamina. So I'm looking for anyone 50 or above that then has the home run rate control profile that I want. And then I'll come back through and pick out the relievers. So Desclafani, I do like, so I'm going to add him for now. Brett Anderson, his stuff is pretty low, but I've always liked his card, so I'm going to add him. And plus, it gives me a lefty. So now I'm just going to go look at my pitching staff. So I've got 5 starters, including 2 lefties. So I like that as a starting point. So I'm going to go back to now. I'm going to pick up some relievers. So who do I like here? Jim York, I'm going to hold off on. Even though I like the home run suppression, the control's borderline at 70, and then the PBAP is low. I know that's not as important, but I'm going to kind of hold off on that. But Ken Brett, I am going to add. So that's one lefty in the pen. Um, Nate Kern again. I'm still gonna hold up. So Bill Campbell and Luke Jackson are interesting. I think they got a lot of attention at one point because the shape is so severe. It's got the high home run control and the high home run suppression, and the high control, and then the super low PBABIP. But these two in particular also have really high stuff, and I've I've liked playing them, so I'm going to grab both of them. So I've got a lefty and two righties. Oh, this Bob Forsch card I like a lot too. I'll add him for now. He'll right now he'll be kind of in the bullpen, but I may move him up into the starting rotation. And then so this Ricky Bonus card, I think he's a borderline starter on this team. Um, my understanding is like you get a penalty if your stuff is too low as a starter. I don't think I ever got confirmation from anyone who could back that up either with data or from OOTP who could confirm that. But I also think I want to get another lefty, so I'm going to skip ahead to Tim Hill. Grab Tim Hill. And then the other thing I do is I sort by control just to make sure I didn't miss anybody. So now I'm kind of looking in the reverse, looking for like a high control and then see who matches with higher home run rate. This Chuck Krim card I've considered in the past, but it's very splitty. He's very strong against righties, but not against lefties, and so I usually pass on him. Here's Corneo and Bonus coming up again, but I'm going to pass on them for now, partly because of the low stuff. Um, so yeah, so we're down into the 70s in control, and haven't really seen anyone that we missed. So I'm comfortable there. Um, okay, so now the one other thing I want to do is I want to go to the default pitching screen for oh not sorry not pitching the default. I'm going to do a quick sort by L10. I forgot to check whether if any of my combinators came in. Okay, so yes, a bunch came in. Oh, this is cool. Okay, none of the pictures I was looking for though. So some actually might be from pack rips, and some might be from buy orders. Um, okay, I don't think any of these are gonna matter until we get to the batters. So I'm just gonna tend to the pitching staff real quick to make sure I don't want to make any changes, and then I'm gonna add the pitchers or add the batters. So I usually let the AI take the first shot, and it did put Force in the rotation, which is what I was thinking about doing anyway. Um, I think I want to get one more lefty in, and I do like this Chris Welsh card, so I'm going to put him in here in the 4 spot. And I'm actually going to move him up a little bit. And I'm going to move Force ahead of Vance. I might have some second thoughts about who I put in the number 1 spot, but I'm going to leave this for now. And then in the bullpen, this Campbell and Jackson card combination I really like. I also like to use stoppers and closers, which I don't know, it's probably not considered best practice, but it's been working for me, so I'm going to kind of stick with it. So the thing I look at here is so the Luke Jackson card has, I mean, they look very similar. They have their control is only 1 point apart, Campbell and Jackson. Actually, here, if you don't do this, it's a good tool to use. If you click on their profiles, you can then do a compare, and so you can see it side by side. So their control is almost the same. Their home run suppression is almost the same. Um, Luke Jackson has a better PBABIP, but Bill Campbell has better stuff. And so the stuff in the PBAP are really kind of where they're different. And so I usually put um, I should put Luke Jackson in. Oh, now I think I'm gonna mess it up. I think I should put Luke Jackson in the closer role, and Bill Campbell is one of my stoppers. The other thing I do is I think most people probably use one stopper if they use stoppers all. I like to do this weird shape where I have a closer, and then just under them I have two stoppers, and I like to go righty lefty, and then I usually go setup. But because I only have five relievers in this environment, I think my setup pitchers are also going to be my middle relievers. And then the other thing I do, I don't know if this is true or not, but I've heard anecdotally that so some people set all their pitchers to middle relief. And the rationale I've heard is that it's because if you identify pitchers as closers, when it's a closer situation, it'll only pull from the pool of pitchers you've designated to be closers, so that even if they're tired, they get pulled into the game. I don't know if that's true, but in case it is, I usually then set up a couple of other pitchers with the secondary role of closer. So in a normal roster, I then have two additional pitchers who would be middle relief below Tim Hill and Anthony Desclafani. Okay, so I'm pretty good there. And then I need to set their aggressive tiredness hook. So I always look for the starter who's first alphabetically, and then go to game strategy, because now they're all in order after this pitcher. So I activate the aggressive tiredness hook, and then just click through the list. Hey, Gumbercules. Um, so this is for one of my irons. So I've got two teams in iron, two teams in bronze, two teams in silver, and then three drafts to do. So this is the first iron. And I'm just showing kind of my crazy process and views that I use to do my rosters. Okay, so all my pictures now have the aggressive tiredness hook, and so now I'm going to go select my batters. So I've got 16 slots. I'm doing a 10-16 for this because of the era. How similar are my iron teams in the two accounts? They're probably pretty similar, other than the combinators that they have available. To me, that's one of the best things about iron and bronze is it's really easy to get, every card you would want to use because they're so inexpensive. So I probably have almost the same cards on both for both iron and bronze. It's just the combinators they'll be different. And I don't have many combinators. I was actually thinking today, when I face these all combinator teams, I feel fine looking at my roster with no combinators, but ever since I started adding a few, I actually think having a few combinators on my roster looks sadder than having no combinators. And I was thinking it was like when you play baseball. Like in high school, one year uh I hit 111, which to me is worse than hitting zero. Because if you hit zero, people might think, oh, she probably just didn't get a chance to hit. But if you hit 111, you clearly went either 1 for 9 or 2 for 18 or something terrible. Yeah. So in some ways, I kind of regretted getting that one hit that year. But I mean, I was pretty terrible. My buddy Randy, so I played second base. Randy was a starter at second base. When he would pitch, I would hit. But since he was so good and I was so bad, they would DH for me and let Randy hit as the pitcher. So the DH was DHing for the second baseman. So Sports says used to laugh when MLB The Show would rate David Ortiz's speed like two, which is funnier than zero. That's true. Right, because at zero you think, oh, maybe they didn't bother. But with two, it's like, no, you are super slow. All right, so then I go into my batters, manage cards. I keep everything in all players view. I know some people will switch this to all batters, all pitchers. The reason I do this is because I want to catch any two-way players that I might miss if I just cut it off by doing batters or pitchers. But then I go to the batter view that I've created. So here's the default batter view that comes with the game. And so let's do a sort by contact, I guess. Right. So this is what you would see. And for me, what it's missing is the Babbitt. So I've created this view that includes the Babbitt. Oh, that's not what I do first, though. The first thing I do is I go to position plus, which is a view I created, and the big things here are catcher framing, infield range, and outfield range. And I can show you how to do this because I've been meaning to add turn double play to infield range. And the reason I do this is because I want to optimize my catchers on framing. I know not everyone's into that, but I want at least one catcher who's good at framing. And then for shortstop and second base, I want to start by optimizing around infield range and turn double play. I might remove them from the roster eventually, but for a starting point, I want good fielding up the middle. And then the same with outfield range. I want to pick a center fielder that has a high outfield range. Hey, the Nolan Network podcast, welcome. Yeah, having a great night. Hope your night's going well too. I think you were streaming earlier, so I hope that went well. I postponed the normal content tonight because I realized I was not going to have enough time to get all my PTCS stuff done. So I'm streaming that instead. So killing two birds with one stone. And so if you haven't done this, it's a custom view, but you can customize it. Oh wait, sorry, not customize. It's customized here within it, not the filter, but the view. So I'm going to customize the view. I want to add a fielding rating of turn double play. Okay, and then it put it here. I want it next to the infield range, so I'm going to move it next to the infield range. Okay, so first I'm going to grab a catcher. Maybe I'll grab both right now. So here's the framing, and then I've also added Babbitt. It's just one hitting point, but at least it's better than nothing. Um, and then in case it's important, I have the overall rating here. I find this helpful, especially like when we get to silver. I don't necessarily want to grab a low iron catcher, even if their framing is good, because there are probably like other problems with the card. But it's less important, I think, at this level. So I'm going to end up grabbing the catchers I normally would grab anyway, who are Daryl Porter and Austin Hedges. And again, I have it set so that as soon as I activate them, they'll disappear from here, so I don't have to worry about being distracted by them. Okay, so I've got two catchers. Now I'm going to go for center field. Again, optimizing around outfield range for now. So I usually go with Brett Phillips here. He doesn't have the highest outfield range, um, but I do like his. You like the intricacy of the views? Well, I'm glad you like it. I thought people would look at it and be like, "What is this crazy person doing?" Um, and I'm so familiar with them. But when I bought my second license, I didn't realize like all the stuff was going to go back to default, and I was like, I can't find anything here because the views are not set up to my liking. All right, so I'm going to activate Brett Phillips. Normally, I would have also considered grabbing Siani especially if he'd been a righty and maybe doing a platoon. I did not win live iron. Okay, that's a bummer. Never forget the baseline player of this game is a gigantic nerd, and you say that lovingly. Yeah, I'm definitely a gigantic nerd. Um, yeah, I was the only kid on our baseball team who read Bill James. That's the kid I was on the team. All right, now we're going to find some middle infielders based on infield range again, but now also looking at the turn double play. This was helpful because I realized once I started doing this, I realized I had been sometimes picking middle infielders who had great range, but then not high double play. And so this helped me kind of correct for that. So Ian Desmond, I usually don't grab, partly because um, he only plays shortstop. A lot of the others will play shortstop and second, or some will play shortstop and third. So And so this Nicky Lopez, this is the live Nicky Lopez, not to be confused with the other much better Nicky Lopez card. Um, so I have not been picking this Mariano Duncan, but now I'm kind of considering it. What I don't like is his offense isn't great. So I know that a lot of people like the Woody Held card offensively, and he's in my top five for infield range and has a decent turn double play. So for now, I'm going to grab him. And then for second base, again, I kind of like Hubbard, but I don't like that he only plays one position. So I'm leaning towards this Nicky Lopez card. I still have this bias from PT24, where by the time I joined, I started playing Perfect Team. The power creep had gotten to the point where live cards were just garbage. And so I have to force myself to look at them sometimes and not just like, scoot just right past them. So I think for now, I actually think I am going to end up grabbing him. Let me check his card again. One thing I don't like is that within his contact, it's so heavily skewed toward avoid K instead of Babbitt. But I do like that he plays so many positions with a high level of defense. So I think even just for that, I think I'm going to grab him for now. Okay, so I've got my middle infield, my center field. So now I'm not going to use this view again. Because I did change it, I'm going to save it. And I'll save it as a global view because I want this to come up every time I look for this. And now I'm going to go to my batting view. So again, I know it looks like an eye chart, but I'm so used to seeing it this way. Um, and you'll see here the combinators are showing up here, so that's good. Um, and one thing is, I feel like I'm always grabbing different players than some people because I'm focused on BABIP. And so if you look at Nicky Saski, if you just look at his top three numbers, it's a 58, 86, 74. But I always think of him as a 101, 86, 74. So for me, he's an automatic draft. And I know that's probably not the case for other people. Ian Happ's another one where I always grab him because I think of him as a 99, 77, 97. But other people probably think of him as a 58, 77, 97. So I usually just go kind of around the diamond. I've already, so, pitchers already did one, catchers already did two. Is Sasky a strong VL? Spore is asking. He's one where he's actually not too splitty to me. So if you look at his VR is 101, 85, 70, and his VL is 103, 90, 87. So, 5 more points of power, a significant number of points more I. But to me, like he's pretty even. I usually play him both ways. So, and I think Paul, this is how you do your um, this is how you do your card releases, right? You go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then shortstop. So that's the kind of that's usually the order I kind of do the roster building into. Yeah. So I'm going to start with I've already done 1 and 2. That's how you build your teams too. Okay. Yeah. I don't think it matters, but I just like having a systematic way so I don't forget anything. So I'm definitely grabbing Isaski. The other thing I like about Isaski is he plays a not terrible third base. So if you look at his card, he's definitely a first baseman, a 93, but he plays a 61 third base. So I'm always looking for flexibility in these tournaments because I mean once you start the tournament, like you're rolling with who you've got. So Isaski, um, right now I'm not so worried about picking his backup yet, partly because a lot of my players are going to have secondary positions. So now I'm going to look for second base. So something about Brickley says the detail on your choice is great. This is for someone who didn't see their first Major League Baseball game in 2016 when you were 40. Still got a lot of catching up to do, and why I find these streams fascinating for learning about the details. Okay, great. I'm glad you find this helpful. Um, Paul's actually the one who suggested that I do this instead of just canceling the stream. And I think you're the perfect example, so we can help you. And I got a lot of help this way too, so I'm happy to do it. Yeah, welcome to baseball, man. 2016 at the age of 40. It's never too late to discover baseball. So I'm wondering if my normal second basemen are not eligible based on the PTCS rules, because I'm not seeing anyone who looks familiar. Hey Paul, do you happen to know any of the more common iron second basemen who are not eligible because of the PTCS rules this cycle? Because to me this is fun. Now I have to figure out a new second baseman. So the other thing I'll do now is I'm going to switch to power. Oh, Orengo. Yes, Orengo. Yeah, and Lepsio. Is it Lepsio? I think those are the two I usually use at second base. It's either Lepsio or Lepicio. Um, but yeah, I think those are the two I usually use. Ted Lepsio, yeah. So those two cards I really like. Um, so I guess they're not available. So let's go second baseman shopping. The other thing I should do then is I'll often do this. I'll just go to the card shop, set the ceiling to 59, and see what second basemen are, and then I sort by L10. Sorting by the price they're selling for is a good shorthand for like how popular they are and how much maybe they're being used. It might get thrown off by things like being combinator food, but I find it's a good kind of starting point. And let me turn off live just because I don't want to, like, some of them I think might be priced higher because of missions. Oh, so this Derek Dietrich card is interesting, not just because he went to Georgia Tech, um, but he's got tremendous power and eye, but terrible BABIP. But he's someone I might grab. The only thing is his defense is pretty poor too. Um, so I don't love that. Oh wait, you know what though? I can skip second base and shortstop for now because I already temporarily filled those spots um, in that defensive positions screen. So using this, I grabbed a couple of middle infielders. So I'm gonna skip ahead to third base. We got a batter. Okay, so now third base, I don't just go by BABIP. I also consider power for the corner infield spots. Oh yeah, good. Russell Branion is eligible. So here's another card. Other people might not like if they go by contact because his contact's 44, but his BABIP is 74. And he also plays pretty well VL and VR. Spore use Dietz a lot. Are you talking second base or third base? Are you still on second base? I can go back to second base. But first, let me grab Branion. And let's go back to second base. Oh, Dietz, you mean Dietrich? Yeah, yeah, yeah. In drafts, I definitely grab him for sure, because I'm less worried about the defense and this profile, especially like in a 5L, plays really well. Also, anything cap, right? I am a Steve Hunt guy for sure. Is he in this set though? Is he eligible? Yeah. So he's one there, even though his BABIP is low and his contact is low. Um, I like the power numbers, and I like that he plays all three infield spots. Yeah, he's here. So just from a roster flexibility position, I'm going to grab him. So before I take up too many spots, I'm going to grab a few outfielders too. All right, so starting with BABIP, I like this Ian Happ card, so I'm going to grab him. So let's see. Spore said, any thought of switching contact to just avoid K? So here's my hypothesis. I've been successful contacting a composite. Yeah, so here's what I'm thinking. I've been using BABIP and been successful, I think, because in early in this cycle, there were so many low stuff pitchers. And so avoid K wasn't a problem, and so therefore BABIP really carried the day. Now that we're getting more higher stuff pitchers, I do think my approach is going to start to fall apart because avoid K is going to become more important. Let's see. Spore says in previous years, power was baked into contact, which gave it a tinge of value as a catch-all starting point, but have gone away from it this year. Yeah. So last year, I I gave equal weight to contact, power, and I, and I did pretty well. And I was doing that at the start of this year, and I was doing very poorly. And it was when I split out BABIP that I started doing much better. But but then that's where I came up with my hypothesis. I think as time goes by and more high stuff pitchers come into the game, I'm either gonna have to go back to contact or start looking at both BABIP and Avoid K and come up with some sort of way to combine them. But since contact combines them already, I don't honestly think I want to reinvent the wheel, especially not understanding necessarily how the wheel works. Yeah, good contact carried by AVK isn't nearly as good as one carried by BABIP, in your opinion. Yeah, I would agree with that, especially at this part of the cycle. Um, this Dave Nicholson card is one I like. I like that his defense isn't terrible. And again, if you look at the BABIP, he's an 88, 77, 110 guy, and he's not too splitty. So I like that. So I'm going to grab Dave Nicholson. And again, center field's taken care of. Um, so I'm going to grab another outfielder for now. I don't necessarily know if I want to jump to Ray Langford yet. Question from Spore: do you ever use Mac Jones? Yeah, so that's what I was about to get to with Langford. Um, Langford and Jones are my two VR outfielders that I tend to look at. If it's in a draft, I'll usually grab Mac Jones, but he's been a god for you in a couple drafts last month, so you do have a soft spot for him, but don't use an iron yet. Yeah, I have noticed that, especially if it's a tournament like I watch pretty closely and I play the highlights for, I really get sucked into some of these players. Um, so Mac Jones, I do grab pretty often as a VR outfielder. I don't think he's terrible against lefties, but I think his power drops off quite a bit. Um, and I don't like that his feeling is so low. As far as he falls in love fast. Yep. Sometimes it just takes one impressive tournament, and I'm like, oh, I got to get this guy every time. I think between the two, I like. Well, I mean, neither is great. Langford and Mac Jones are both 56 at left field. Or no, Langford's 59, but that hardly is a difference. Um, but I do like them both as VR bats. The other person I started using a little more often was this one, Kyle Lewis. Um, his VR is actually, he's a righty, but his VR is as good as Langford and Jones. But then because he's righty, I guess he's got a better VL. Um, but he's also not a great fielder. One thing I do like though, his right field is actually in the 60s, whereas Langford has no right field, and Mac Jones is a 45 in right field. So I kind of like this Kyle Lewis profile. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab him. Did I not grab Ian Happ when I was talking about him? I'm gonna grab Ian Happ. Okay, so now I'm going to go back to the lineup. So I've got 11 of 16 spots filled. One thing I usually do at this point is I'll do a quick ask AI for a lineup, and then I go with the graphical depth chart. My brain just works with this better than the other format, just to see like where do I have holes. So one hole, for example, is I don't necessarily like Nicky Lopez being my backup first baseman. There should be a power bat there, and I don't like that Steve Hunt is backing up two positions as the number one backup. And I think we can use one more outfielder because Nicholson's the only backup left fielder. So I'm looking left infield, first base, left field. So I'm going to go back to the cards now and find those spots. All right. At this point, I'm going to start looking power. Oh, so yeah. So this Josh William card, which is one of the reasons I put a buy in the card shop. Um, I like him a lot for cap tournaments and for low iron. He plays less well here because he's only a 42, and I think there are some maybe better options. But I do like the power and eye versus both righties and lefties. So I'm going to kind of keep him in the back of my mind. And I keep forgetting here too that Dietrich can play left field in a pinch too. And given the spots I have, I actually think I might add him to the roster right now. Well, let me hold off. I do want to consider Justin Maxwell as another center fielder. So Spore says, I wish I had more space for Willie and things because I really liked him in real life. Oh, Willingham? Yeah, I was playing low iron and I used him all the time in that. Um, but so Justin Maxwell, I like that he's a 72 in center field. So the problem is your best chance for Willingham is 5L and 6L, and they're both no. Yeah, yeah, he's a tougher to play with no DH for sure. So given the infielders I have now, Woody Held, Branyan, and Hunt and Lopez, uh, I think I'm going to bring Dietrich over now. I might, I might drop him again, but I like his power bat and I like the roster flexibility, so I'm going to go ahead and activate him. Justin Maxwell, 72 in center field, is yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Spore is if I have room, I want Maxwell to start VL, and I do have the room, so I'm going to go ahead and grab him. I also like having a 72 defense as my second center fielder instead of having to drop down into the 50s, which is what happens when you don't have a backup like him. So I'm going to grab him. So let me do, I'm up to 13. This is where it's really helpful only needing 10 pitchers. Um, Paul, did you end up going 10 or 11 for the pitchers for PTCS? So yeah, now I like that, Brett Phillips is going to be starting VR with a 98, and then he's balanced out by a righty whose defense is still a 72 at center, which is great. Same for PTCS because I watch all the games play out and get some defensive. So 10 and 1, 11 the other to be determined on draft. Okay. Yeah, right now I'm leaning towards the 10. I still, I mean, I know that's probably best practice to go to 10. I still get nervous because I'm so used to 12. Going below 11 always kind of makes me a little uneasy, even though like that's what it, that's what the slide everyone uses says. Also, it is best for 9, right? So if it's best for 9, you can't count for any days off within the first round. So within your 10, you have multiple high stamina relief pitchers, so you feel more comfortable. Yeah, so you also share the concerns going 10 versus 11, especially in a best of 9. I'm going to revisit this when I get up to 15, and I might add another pitcher. Okay, so now when I look at this, I feel more comfortable about the backup situation. Um, I still don't love that Dietrich is the backup first baseman, so I might look for one more power bat. The other thing I do is I look at this screen and see what's my power look like here. So yeah, you like the point about best of nine too? Yeah, it's easy to forget too because we're so used to best of five, best of seven. You think you wish Toriente qualified for Diamond because he's a sick to it. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It's rare where I start to already covet a card during your stream when you're introducing them, but that Toriente I liked right away. And I loved it even before you showed us it was two way. I was like just looking at the first one, I was like, oh, I want to have this card. Um, yeah, so let me look for one or two more power bats because I think the fielding can support that now. And this is why I start to build on the lineup with catcher, second baseman, shortstop, center fielder, because I feel like if that's solid, then I have more room to play with cards like Dietrich or a couple of pure power hitters I'm going to look for now. Um, so on these, I even though I'm looking for power, I do still like power with a little bit on either side. And when I say either side, the way I have it set up is like BABIP's on the left and eyes on the right. So some of these profiles, like Chris Carter, is interesting because he's got a good power eye combo, but then he's got this 50 at 51 on BABIP. Um, but like the power and eye flip flop, but he kind of plays both ways too. So and Paul is was Chris Carter, was he in the initial release or was he added during the season? Because I found myself like suddenly noticing him, and I don't know if I just overlooked him early on or if he was a card that was added. Oh, sorry, I was muted. I think that's my first time doing that. I feel like that's a rite of passage. Yeah, I was just talking about this Nieves card, Melvin Nieves. Am I unmuted now? I think. Okay, yeah, sorry about that. So let me deactivate him so he goes back into the screen. Um, so this Melvin Nieves card, it's basically an, if you round it, it's an 80, 90, 80 card. Oh, Ezra Denny with the raid. Thank you very much. So he is low 90s power, but because I like the BABIP and I that go with it, I'm going to take him over some of these high 90s guys. Hey, Ezra Denny, thank you so much for the raid. Because I had so much PTCS stuff to do, I have 9 teams I have to build before tomorrow morning. I decided to postpone my regular content tonight and just stream my roster stuff. So I'm going to add the Nieves here. Paul, I'm assuming the only reason he's at 40 is it the defense? And I guess if you look at contact, he's pretty poor. If you don't look at the BABIP, but for me, I like this card for tournament play, so I'm going to grab him. All right. I can add one more power bat, and then I think I am going to add an 11th pitcher. Click his profile. Yeah. And this is also a level zero combinator I have. That's right, Danny. You would be interested in this if you ever made a PTCS. Yeah, I was doing some experimenting this year with making it in, and I was very lucky. I got two irons, two bronze, two silver, and three draft. Okay, so the avoid K is holding it down to a 40. So the computer overweights the. Okay, the computer overweights avoid K. Got it. Okay, well that helps me then because I don't really care about avoid K too much. So yeah, you love Nieves at the 40. I like him a lot there too, especially for like low iron and cap. He's a must grab for me. So after Ripley did his avoid K test, you ignore avoid K too. Okay, I didn't see that test, and I've been avoiding avoid K, but it's good to hear that someone did a test to confirm that. Yeah, I'm with Paul. I'm curious to hear about the test, but also if that test is available on VOD, I'll definitely check that out. No streamers. Underdog says no streamers playing Diamond to watch a build. Yeah, that is a bummer. I'm always a little intimidated to start off in gold and diamond, so I always start with iron, bronze, and silver, and then if I can qualify in silver, I usually then switch that team over to gold. Okay, so we've got 24 slots spilled. So I think I'm going to take one more power bat, and then I am going to go back and add an 11th pitcher, mostly because of the best of nine format. Um, and because I'm visual, I like this graphical depth chart. So let me ask the AI for an update and then check it out here. Yeah, I'm comfortable with these backups. I think my last power bat, I want to be able to play first base so that I can get Dietrich out of there as the backup first baseman. By the way, I click to that screen even during a speed draft. So I try to draft fast enough that I have time to populate that graphical depth chart so I can get a quick look at like what positions I need to fill. I think Howard plays. Oh, he's a 12 at first base. Okay, I think it's Chris Carter then, because I do like this card. I don't like his 37 first base, but I mean, it's first base. The other one to consider, I guess, is someone like Troy, who's got slightly lower power, but has much higher eye and decent BABIP. So Ezra Denny says uh, that Ripley cloned Arias on every team, made each one better by a factor in avoid K. Then he simmed the season. They all perform basically the same, even the one with 500 avoid K. Oh, interesting. That is a good experiment. Okay, so I think I'm choosing between Clark, Choi, Willingham can't play first, can he? No. And Carter. That's right. You could be facing Lap in the finals of the 6-0. Oh, congrats. That's awesome. You have to get past a good team to get there. Well, good luck, man. That's exciting. I had my alt that plays 5L, I think, made it to the third quarterfinal of the month so far. So we haven't made it to a final yet, but we're picking up a few points here and there. So I feel good about that. Um, I was terrible at 5L and 6L to start the cycle. I think I'm going. Let me do a comparison of Chris Carter and Goy. So Carter's got the eye, the power. Troy's got the contact slash BABIP, and Troy's a less terrible first baseman. I don't know. Do you guys ever play someone as low as a 37 defense at first base? I think like in silver, Mo Vaughn is around that low, but I always DH him. Oh wait, I guess we have DH in this tournament. You do, Sport. You do play players that low. Yeah. So you know what? This is a backup first baseman, and we have DH, so I don't feel too bad about uh adding Chris Carter to the roster. The only thing I'm going to do though is I'm going to check see my right left mix and see if I'd rather have a lefty bat in there. So my lefty bats are Porter, Dietrich, Branyan, Lopez, who I don't really count as a bat, and Phillips, who I don't really count as a bat. And you know what? Isaski's a starter, so I'm actually going to drop Carter, and I'm going to grab either Clark or Choi because Isaski's a starter. I'm going to grab a lefty to be the backup first baseman. So let me do a Choi Clark comparison. Tied for power. Choi's got the eye, slight edge, and Babbitt for Clark. How are their splits? So Clark is a switch hitter. Looks a little less splitty. Well, no. Choi's not that splitty, actually. I kind of like. Okay, Clark's a little better at first base, but I like. I'm going to grab Troy, I think. So Underdog says, thinking about making your diamond PTCS based solely out of chemistry. Chemistry seems to be rolling in tourneys this week. Constantly getting beat by admission, edition, and live cards. Huh, interesting. All right, Troy's gonna be my last batter, and I'm gonna go back and add an 11th pitcher. I'm normally, I normally stick to that PowerPoint page that everyone refers to, but I think for best of nine, I'm gonna grab an 11th pitcher. And what's my left right mix right now? So the pen I've got right left right left right. So maybe another lefty. So Gumbercules has a 93% chemistry theme team and has struggled. And Ezra Denny's like me and kind of ignores chemistry. I'm open to not ignoring it, but I one thing I would like to hear eventually is like what's the difference between 100% chemistry and like 0% chemistry? I haven't heard what kind of difference that we're kind of trying to get with that chemistry. All right, so let me look for a left-handed relief pitcher. All right, let's see. Lavelle, don't like the control. Meredith, don't like the control. Okay, Mike Dunn. Is he super splitty? Yeah, he's not good versus righties, so I'm going to skip him for now. Don't like the control. Bueno, I looked at before. I think he's splitty too. He's not as splitty as the others, though. Maybe I'll grab Bueno. Yeah, we're about to dip down into 60s control, so. Oh, Sixto Sanchez is interesting. He's not splitty at all, but his numbers aren't huge either. All right, so it's either going to be Sixto, who's a live card, or who's my other guy? Bueno. I'm a little worried about the low stuff, but I like that he's not as splitty as some of the other lefties. I mean, he's splitty, but not as bad as some of the others. Okay, I'm gonna grab Bueno for now. Okay, so I'm gonna make him a lefty specialist and a secondary setup pitcher. Okay, and now I'm gonna tweak this lineup here. I want, while Sassy's not that splitty, I am gonna start Choi VR. Well, no, I'm just gonna make sure she's maybe every second or every third against righties. Um, I'm going to go ahead and start with a platoon in center field. So I'm going to do Nieves. Oh, that's interesting. The AI has Kyle Lewis as the DH, which I don't hate, but I'm going to go Nieves versus righty. And Kyle Lewis has a nice reverse split versus righties, so I'm going to have him start versus righties. And then let's get Porter in there. And I think Spore is a big fan of this too, but I like to not have too many players in white here in the roster because white means they're not starting. And given the nature of the game, it doesn't make sense to have a lot of players that are not starting versus one side or the other. So I guess I will platoon Troy and Asaski. I'm gonna rotate in Asaski a little bit more than normal at first base because I do like his bat versus righty still. Um, I think Dietrich's defense is one, maybe two. Oh, white text players. Yeah, one, maybe two, and have 15 hitters. Yeah. Yep. So one thing I might do, and I think this is a D block thing. I have my strategy set up so that oh, I didn't import my strategy. So I've saved my strategy. I think most people do this. So I don't have to keep doing it over and over. But my defensive subs come in starting after the seventh inning. So they actually get a lot of play. So what I might do is right now, I have Woody Held starting at second and Nicky Lopez starting at short. I actually might start Steve Hunts and then bring Nicky Lopez in starting in the seventh inning as the defensive sub. At least VL. I definitely need that VL. Let's do that VL. Yeah, I think I'm gonna end up platooning everywhere. Well, I don't know. I like getting Woody Held all those at bats against righties though. And I think Woody, yeah, his power is a reverse split. So I'm gonna Dietrich's gonna sit on the bench, but everyone else I think is starting some way or another. So I like this. Um, I'm gonna move a few folks around here. I think Nikki can go way down the lineup. Okay, I'm good with that VR. Okay, I'm good with this. And I don't think there's anyone here with a high enough steel rating where I'm going to go against my overall sliders. So we're good there. So I'm going to submit this. Okay, so I think we're good. So that is daily iron number one. So I got to change accounts here. So let's see. Here is, while I switch accounts, here's my other team that qualified in iron. So this is my Hooked on Streamer Phonics team. So because it's a different license, unfortunately, um I can't access that other lineup and just bring it over here because it's across licenses. So I am gonna have to rebuild it. But now I know what I'm doing. I'm not gonna, unless I don't have the cards, and even if I don't, I'll just buy them. I want to pretty much recreate that lineup over here, I think. Oh wait, before I do that, I mentioned this earlier. I was going to show you guys. I think I mentioned I made most of these PTS qualifications based on live tournaments because I don't have a ton of um, commentators, but I did pick up a bunch of points playing um, non-live tournaments by just going as far as I could before hitting a combinator team. So I thought it was this one. Yeah, this is one where I got all the way to the quarterfinal and then ran into this team that has it's all combinators, most of them level five in the lineup, and their pitching staff is all combinators, just a handful level five, but still like all combinators across the board. So this is typical of what happens. Like my iron teams are doing really well in live tournaments, and then get get a get a few points here and there in non-live tournaments just based on how far I go before I run into a combinator team. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm still losing to non-combinator teams, but like all my deep runs are they end as soon as I hit a combinator team. So it's a bit of a lottery. But between that and the points I get in live tournaments, I was able to get all six qualifications. But yeah, so this is pretty typical of what happens. All right, so iron, and then after this, I'll do one of the drafts too. There's a team in Perfect League in 24 with a 3-133 record. Wow. But they made Perfect League. I've never made Perfect League, so I didn't even get to have a 3-133 record. All right, so I'm going to try to grab the same players. I like that lineup. But in the course of doing this, I might notice players that I overlooked previously. So, oh, because I changed licenses, you'll see here that change I made to add turn double play is not here. Something happened to their roster or they are tanking on purpose. Oh, I want, well, no. I'm wondering if they just got super lucky in the playoffs and then got in and then found their level in the regular season. But 3-133 sounds extreme. So I wonder if they inadvertently like use some of their starters as combinator food or something. All right, so yeah, so I want to add turn double play here. I did that in the other license and didn't do it here. They are starting bronze cards. Yeah, something fishy's going on there. If they're starting bronze cards in perfect league, what would the rationale be? I wonder. Oh, this is PT24. I see. Okay. Oh yeah, you did say that. I just missed it. Oh no, turn double play is here. I guess global changes it across licenses. I didn't realize that. That's good to know. All right, so let's grab our catchers first. So Hedges. I don't know if Bob Carney showed up in the other one, but I do like that Porter's a lefty, so I'm still going to go Hedges Porter. And then middle infield. I guess I didn't have Tavares in the other one, but I must not have had Nunez and Ahmed either. These are live cards, I think. So I don't know if you noticed, but that other Iron account, it has 300 and something unopened packs because I've just been too busy to open them. And so it is very short on live cards. It's really suffering in PT Live because of that. And so I think as a result, like Nunez and Ahmed, who are live cards, they weren't on that other team or in that other card set. But I think it's still Nicky Lopez, probably because I like having another left-handed bat in there. And the only other one I would consider putting up against it is this Nunez card. So let me put them side by side. So I don't care about avoid K. Nunez a little better in I. Lopez is better in contact, but not BABIP. And how's her defense compare? Oh, Nunez is better in the outfield. That's interesting. And he's a switch hitter too. Huh. Okay, well, I like having Lopez being a lefty. Let me see how Nunez is versus lefties. Okay, you know what? I think for this team, instead of Lopez, I'm going to go Nunez. And so Nunez at short. I think it's still Woody held. Oh, here's a card that didn't show up on the other roster. Paul, you had asked if I had the same cards. I don't think I saw this Josh D. Fields card on the other team. And this is one where, well, let me grab Woody Held first, and then I'll switch to the batting profile so we can look at Josh Fields. Or here, I'll just pull up his card. I mean, for considering 47 contact, his BABIP is a little bit better than that. He's got high power, decent eye, and for me, the big sell is he can hit, and he's an 83 at third base with a 93 arm. I didn't have this card in the other one, so this is a card I might consider adding here that I didn't have on the other team. Yeah, huge third base arm. Yeah, so I'm gonna keep Fields in the back of my mind when we get to third base. And then let's go center fielders again. So Pat Kelly's one I didn't have over there. I mean, he's only an 88 center field, but he's got the 94 range. He may not have a better bat though than Phillips. I do like that Phillips has a 70 power and 90 eye versus righties. So I'm going to stay with Phillips. And let's just grab Maxwell now because I'm pretty sure I'm going to want him again. So, although who do we have here that I might not have on the other team? Yeah, I think it's still Maxwell. All right. And then under my custom batter view. Oh, wait, I forgot to grab my pictures first. Silly. Not that picture rating, these picture ratings. All right, so starting with the starters. Zane Smith is someone I knew from Stratomatic and just watching baseball growing up. I never realized how poor his control was until I saw his cards in OTP. Okay, Von Olin's a card I didn't have on the other team, and he'll probably make the bullpen on this one, but I'm going to grab starters first. Oh, Cal Kuntz I like, and I didn't have on the other team, so I'm going to grab him. Chris Walsh I like a lot. Britt Solara I'm going to grab. Yeah, so Paul, I think I need to correct myself. There are some differences between the two teams just because I haven't the other team started later and I have there it has 300 packs I haven't opened yet, so they are a little behind, I think. Montgomery, I might yeah. I just worry about that 36 stuff. Anyone so Brent 32 says, anyone need help? How to yogurt the scoreboard black strip? I don't know what that means. You like Monty? All right, I'm gonna grab him. I like adding a lefty to that rotation too. So let me see where we stand there. We need one more starter. All right, what's the mix? We've got two lefties and two righties. Ooh, do I add Dave Steve? He's got this funky 40 card though, right? It's like all over the place. 40 control versus lefties, 80 versus righties, 101 home run suppression versus lefties, 81 versus righties. Are you talking about Steve Spore? You like the home run suppression? Yeah, 90 overall. I also like that it's higher reverse splitting, right? He's got higher home run suppression versus lefties. I just worry about that 40 control versus lefties. But I mean, it's iron. I think I got to give him a chance. Worst case, I'll end up moving into the bullpen. In which case, I'll have to grab another high stamina guy. Mims. I'm grabbing Brett Anderson right now, but I think with that sub 30 stuff, he's going to be a bullpen guy. So I'm still looking for a fifth starter. Trevor May's borderline, so I'm not going to start him, but I'm going to grab him now for the bullpen. He's another card I didn't have on the other team. How to get the black bar that runs along the top to stay there, not disappear after the ball is hit. Oh, interesting. Okay, I think Forsh is going to be my fifth starter. So let me grab him. And how many bullpen spots do I have left? I'm going to go 11 right off the bat this time, so I've got three more bullpen spots left. And I've yet to grab Jackson and. Oh, do I not have Campbell on this team? Oh, no, there he is. We have Jackson and Campbell. That's already two. And then what handedness do I want with that 11th pitcher? Okay, especially considering I might end up. No, I'm gonna keep Chris Rush in the bullpen. So yeah, let me grab one more lefty. Jimmy York, no. So we do Ken. Oh, Van Olen's a guy I didn't have in the other team. So yeah, I like him. I'm gonna grab Von Olen. The other thing this is highlighting is now I know a few more players I can pick up on the other in my other account to help that Iron team in league in tournament play. So this is great. Okay, so our pitching staff is set. I'll go back and tweak it later, but now let's see. I've already got our middle infielders, center fielders, and catchers. So I've got nine more spots left, and I'm going to go for a lot of power because of the ballpark. Let me just grab a few BABIP guys, and then we'll focus on power. All right, so a Sasky we're going to take again. And then, oh, as long as we're doing first base, I know I'm going to want. Wait, do I not have Troy on this team? What? That seems impossible. Oh yeah, I do. Why wasn't he not? Why was he not showing up? Oh, interesting. On this team, I have a Tony Clark combinator too. So I have a level zero Troy and a level zero Clark. I think I still like the Troy. Yeah, go with Troy still. I want that Hap. It's not like Hap's got no power either. It's a 77, so I'm okay with that. Cal Lewis. Dave Nicholson, also 77 power. All right, now let's go for the more pure power guys. Oh, yeah, this team's got a Juan Francisco that we didn't have on the other team. So I don't mind having pretty weak third baseman defense, but I do like especially V righty, 68, 103, 83. I'm taking Juan Francisco on the squad. Oh, he'll make a good platoon with Josh Fields. Let me grab Fields too. Okay, what do I have so far and what am I missing? Okay, we need a backup second baseman because I don't like Ian Happ being the backup there, and we need a backup left fielder. So left field and second base. Left field should be easy, but oh, Willingham's still there. I've already got Nicholson and right. The only thing I don't like about Willingham as a backup, he's a one position player. But I do like his. Oh, you know what? Let's take the Nieves again. Okay, that should help. He was one that I was missing that I grabbed on the other team. Okay, there we go. Okay, the only problem here is Nunez and Held are backing up for each other, so that's a fatigue problem waiting to happen. Hunts is the one I added, I think. No, wait. Yeah, I don't have Hunts on this team yet, so I can add Hunts. Now I start filtering by position. Shortstop. There's Steve Hunts. This Jose Valentin isn't bad either, but he's very splitty, and I like that Hunts is less splitty, so let's grab Hunts. Okay, so just gotta tweak the lineups a little bit. So Jackson's gonna be my closer, Campbell, and who's got the higher? Campbell's got 21 stamina, so he's gonna be. We'll go Campbell, Welsh, I guess, at stoppers. And then I'm gonna try something different here. The other one I went closer, stopper, stopper, setup, setup. I'm gonna go closer, stopper, stopper, middle relief, middle relief. But I'm gonna make their secondary stopper to basically just flip it from what I did on the other team. See if that makes a difference. Oh, the other thing I do is I make my stopper seventh inning. Okay, then I just got to do the aggressive tiredness hook. I'm doing all this roster setup, and I'm going to be disappointed when we run into an all combinator team in round one, and we're going to do all this setting up for a one series performance. But at least we'll get that Mike Moustakas card. All right. And we do the same thing with the lineups here. Porter's going to start V right at catcher. I'm really excited about this Josh Fields, Juan Francisco platoon at third. I didn't have either of these cards on the other team, so I need to fix that for the future. Um, Saski, Choi platoon at first. Oh, you know who I didn't grab on this team that I have on the other team is Branyan. Oh, but I don't need him because I've got Francisco Fields. Yeah, so that's fine. And then Hunt's is shortstop VL. Maxwell is center field VL. Okay, and Melvin Nieves, he might actually be on the bench. Or maybe he'll replace Nicholson VL. Oh, he's better VR. So, oh yeah, I platooned him with Kyle Lewis because Kyle Lewis is a reverse split righty. So that's what I did. Okay. All right, I like it. This Juan Francisco edition, I really like too. I'm excited to see that play. Okay, I think we're done here. All right, time for the first draft. First of three drafts. PTS Daily PD, period three. I'm wondering, am I the only one who thinks about when to press this button? I sometimes think like, if I press it at just the right moment, I'll get the better cards. Am I the only one who thinks that? I always think it's magical thinking when I think it, but I still think it. So I go, oh, not right now, no, and now. All right, let's see. Oh, I love that Grinky card, but I don't like picking pictures in my perfect round with only one. I always pick a picture if it's like a double perfect draft, but oh, I don't like the other choices. The only thing about going Yank is I always worry that I'm going to get Utley next. But I guess Yank plays other positions too. So yeah, I mean it's so hard to pass. Especially because I like Grinky as a player so much too. But I usually don't go. I usually don't go pitcher first round. So I'm gonna stick with what got me here, which is not picking pitchers in the first round of a single perfect draft. And if I get Utley, then Yank can play other positions. It'll be a good problem to have. Nope. I also usually don't take catchers in perfect either, because especially because there's some really good diamond catchers. So you like Yank, and you also rarely take starting. Yeah, I like Yank too. Yeah, I'm checking out the Cowser first. I like it. I'm also sometimes I do like taking like a diamond catcher and just getting that position out of the way. I don't think I've actually ever taken Bregman in a draft. I mean, I guess I could hold my nose and carry a 79 shortstop through a draft tournament. So here's the thing. The one thing I like about the future legend cards is the roster flexibility it gives. Although on this one it's kind of artificial because I would never play him at these infield spots. 25, 34, 3 defense. I mean, this batting doesn't look that different to me than the Bregman. Well, he's got the BABIP. Cowser's got the BABIP advantage, but Bregman's got I and home runs. Also, hopefully I don't have to play him start him at center field, but a center field 87, that would be a good position to get out of the way early. So I'm going to go with Cowser for now. Ooh, I do like this Candy Gym card. and I like the position flexibility too. Let me just make sure I'm not overlooking someone. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, I think it's Candy Jim. So I ended up picking this Kelly Downs card a lot. I like the shape. I like the higher eight home run suppression. Um, and I also like getting my starting rotation out of the way pretty early. So I'm leaning towards him. I like this Cabrera card, but I don't know whether it's because I just like him as a player and I like his PT24 cards because every time I look at it, I'm like, why is it that I like this card again? I mean, the gap power is sick, but I usually never look at that. I'm always looking BABIP power I, and I keep picking this guy, but every time I look at the card, I'm like, why is he such an auto pick for me? And then the other two I would consider, even though I don't like taking bullpen guys so early, is I've had a lot of success with this McElroy out of the pen, and also this Kyle Hurt out of the pen, although he's only been an option recently. I think it's his stuff in a low stuff environment that I like. Yeah, you like that McElroy card too? Yeah, I like it a lot too. I just hesitate. I always hesitate to pick him this early, especially like. So, Paul, what's your take on this Miguel Cabrera card? Am I just liking it because it's halo effect from PT24, or do you actually like this profile? Art, oh, I do like the art of the OTV25 art is amazing. That's true. Okay, so I think, especially since might be hard to come by, I'm going to go with the McElroy. The other one I should, I guess, take a look at is the Ferguson because I didn't grab a catcher in the first three rounds. But this is a good catcher card. I like the 82 um, framing for a catcher. I mean, this power eye combo is hard to find, so. Paul, you do the same and wonder why you always take it. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Um, there are other left. I was worried if I don't grab the catchers when they're available, am I going to end up having to take a scrub catcher at some point to get my catchers? Because usually I'm having to pick between a catcher who can hit power eye or can field, and this one can do both. I might have to pass on McElroy for now because there's a couple other lefty relievers I like, so maybe I'll just hope to get one of them. Yeah. All right, going for it. I think I remember really liking this Iwakuma card. No, that's not the one. I don't like that 70 home run suppression. Oh, this is a card too. Paul, was this in the release set? Because this is another one like that Chris Carter card where I was like, why haven't I noticed this card before? Because it's got the high BABIP and then the power eye. I've been taking him a lot lately just because like I never noticed him until now. I used to take Grimes all the time. That's launch deck too, huh? Okay. This is the one I used to take all the time. I haven't looked at them head to head before. Yeah, Paul, you like that power eye BABIP trio too? Yeah. So I used to take Grimes all the time. So Grimes has the edge in BABIP Fournier has the edge in home run and I, slight edge in I. And I don't really care about first base defense, but I'm going to take a look. Oh, which one's less splitty? That's the other thing I forgot to look at. Yeah, they're both a little splitty, but in opposite directions. And I can't waste two golds on a first base platoon, so I'm going to click Fournier for now. And then I try to take at least a picture around for the first few rounds after the first three. So I'm going to hopefully find a picture I can like here. I guess this math. I like the Dick Lines card, but I just don't want to go. I'm still hesitant to go reliever this early, but this is. I don't love this profile, but it's not terrible, and I do like the 113 stamina to just eat some innings. If I had three picks, I'd go Matthews Lines, I think. All right, I usually go starter at this stage, so I'm just gonna keep doing the things that got me here. So yeah, this is a shape I like. I'm gonna grab him. And then I am also partial to these, just like the future legends. A lot of these Negro League players have that roster flexibility with all the positions. And I like the BABIP I combo, so I usually grab Bingo DeMoss. I haven't looked at this Romy Fields enough. I'm gonna check him out. Oh yeah, this is that guy who's 70 everything, which I don't hate. And then Miguel Sano, love this card. Auto pick every time I see him. Let me just make sure there's not another picture I want to take besides. No, I don't like that profile, so yeah, I think it's Romy Fields and Son. Although I do like this Phelps card and I like the Aaron card too. Um, Phelps I don't need because I've already got Fournier, and then the Aaron card. Yeah, I like this a lot, but I don't like it more than Sano's. So this is it. I'm going with these two. When I get to round 10 is when I usually do my roster check to see what positions I need left. The Nilsson card I like when I'm worried about getting a second catcher, but I'm not as worried about that right now. The Honeycutt, I think I usually like. It's kind of that flatter profile. I don't know this Bill B card well at all. Yeah. Oh, look at this. Two of my favorite non-catcher backup catchers in the same round. The Walkenfuss and the Nilsson. Actually, Walkenfuss is a righty too. He could make a good platoon at first with Fournier and be a backup catcher in case I don't get a catcher later. So I'm gonna grab him. Yeah, same reasons for you like him. Who do you ever who would you ever take between Nilsson and Walkenfuss? I mean, I'm going to take Walkenfuss because I'm going to platoon him. I think with Fournier, but okay, I think it's going to be Steve or Honeycutt. I don't like the lack of control on Steve, so I think it's going to be Honeycutt. So this Pendergast is a good example of you have a Nilsson combi, so you have some love for him. It's a coin flip. Yeah, I agree. Also, like I think it's like whether you need a lefty or righty in your lineup. at that point. So this is a good example of why I was bad at tournaments at the start of PT25 because I think this card plays in PT24 because of the Babbitt, but it gets crushed in PT25 because of the hormone suppression. But my brain hadn't adjusted to PT25 for a while, so I was picking cards like this instead. All right, so Honeycut Walking Fist, I think. Uh, all right, I do need some lefty bullpen. He's a little splitty, but I don't really mind that too much. All right, I think it's gonna be Ray King and then maybe a batter to go with him. All right, it's a little early, but I'm gonna go to the graphic depth chart here and see what I'm missing. Shortstop, center field, and then even the walking fist is there. I am going to keep looking for a backup catcher. And then I've got 5 starters, so that's good. Oh, he's not bad. I like his reverse split power too. Yeah, Blanchard's always tempting with his huge power. His catcher frames decent. Okay, so he's a lefty, and I've got Ferguson lefty, right? I think. Oh no, he's a righty. So that might be my platoon. Maybe I just get backup catcher out of the way here. Yep, let's do that. Jared Hughes is a relief right often grab. He's pretty splitty though, so I'm a little worried about that. Jared Washburn, never really liked their shape, but we're getting into the rounds where it's harder to be picky. I still need center field and shortstop. I don't like that I'm this far in without the pickings are going to start getting slim here in those positions. Do I go ahead and burn a pick on De Jesus? Oh wait, no. Leo DeRocher has good defense at shortstop and second base, so I might. He's got a tiny bit of power too. I might go ahead and just grab him. De Jesus is one position and no power. At least I get some power from DeRocher. This is another thing I love about Perfect Team is I only ever knew of Leo the Lip DeRocher as a manager, and then to see that he has like a card where he's got power and is a 100 second baseman, I like stuff like that. And then let's see. I would like to grab another pitcher, but I don't really see one I like here. Washburn's not terrible, but yeah, I can use another lefty. I don't think there's a must take bat on here. Oh, this Alvarez card's not bad. That's why you picked DeRocher because you never thought of him as a player. Yeah, it's awesome to see him out here. I mean, this profile for a 91 third baseman is pretty good. How does that fit in here? I've already got Candy Jim. Yeah, Paul, I assumed you meant for the launch deck, not for not for the tournament. it is fun. Every time I see him, I it makes me smile because I think, oh, there he is as a player. I like this Alvarez card. I just don't think I need it on this team. So, well, then again, my first backup's my second baseman, so I don't really count that. And my second backup is a terrible defensive third baseman who I'd never probably put at third base. So maybe I will go ahead and take this guy. Pedro Alvarez, welcome to the team. Okay. What I really like about playing these tournaments is how the 5L and 6L have prepared us all so well for these later rounds. So I think this painted card plays better in other stadiums because the BABIP gap power is going to be way muted. So normally I might pick him here, but I'm not going to today. Oh, I still need center field, right? So yeah, how many center fields do I have left? Oh, I've got four more coming, so I don't need to rush on that. I also don't see a pitcher I really liked in this round. Maybe I'll go ahead and take Andrews to back up at second base. I need a backup second baseman still. He's got a little bit of power that might play in this stadium, so I think otherwise the depth chart's looking pretty good except for center field. Um, it's not like I'm going to find a starting shortstop this late unless I find Stevens. How many pitchers do I have so far? Six. Oh, what's right? Everything's in 1961, even the draft. So I don't have to be as worried about pitching. I've been drafting as if I'm going to pick 12 total. So this is great. I'm like I'll learn on this one and then like hopefully the next two drafts will be better. So yeah, I do want Andrews and okay, who would I take if I'm not worried about pitching then? I don't need another catcher. I still don't love anyone else here. I mean, I could take a power bat and Sosa, and then he plays a little bit of center field in case I can't find another center fielder. But I hate the top end of this card. All right, I think this is one where you just pick something so you can get to the next round. And he somewhat fills a roster spot need at center field, so I'm okay with that. All right, here's my. Oh, look at this. This round has all these 5L, 6L players I really like Davey Force, Lefevre with his power second baseman, the Blouser that everyone seems to still grab. Vince DiMaggio is my go-to center fielder with that 103 defense. Okay, so let me grab that center fielder for sure. Let me see what that last round did to my depth chart too. Okay, so second base is fully backed up. And then in a pinch, if Robinson has to back up second, we've got a couple of good second basemen behind him. Now we'll have a pure center fielder to back up Cowser. I think we're looking good here. So now I can just switch gears to like best bat available in the draft, which is always a nice place to be. Um, Rudy York, who by the way destroyed the 2023 major leagues when he came in as part of the all-time great rookies team. He basically played half the season of plate appearances because he was playing behind Josh Gibson and hit 34 home runs. That alone makes me want to take him now. Well, and he's got a good BABIP, so he's got that BABIP power eye. What's my first base situation? Oh, yeah, first base is stacked on this team, though. So the other one I like is Davy Forts because he has that 135 BABIP. But he's hard to play in a non DH situation, so yeah, I don't know who to pick here. Yeah, you know what? I can use some depth at shortstop. I mean, he's only a 55, but Blauser might be good. Bonifacio, I think his shortstop defense is too bad. 46. I do like that he can fill a couple of outfield spots. He has a good BABIP too, if I recall. Yeah, 110. I think I'm gonna go Blauser. Although this is so tempting. Blauser's got a little more power, and it's a power stadium, so let's go Blauser. And I'm passing on Rudy York because there's no DH and I'm stacked at first base, right? I think that's what I decided. Well, I guess the question is, which of these two do I like better? Oh yeah, he's got a huge BABIP edge. Okay, I'm good without York. Although, ooh, do I need to start? Okay, even for a low number of pitchers, I only have 6 pitchers, so maybe I have to think about taking a pitcher here. I don't like going into the last round needing 4 pitchers. I don't know if there's anyone I like though. I would like this shape better if he had to control over 50. Same here. All right. Well, I guess fingers crossed for some good pitchers in round 13. I think uh, that's right. I always get excited about this Collins card, and then I remember what a terrible control he has. Oh, this Looper card I know I like. Yeah, it's a little splitty, but it's a good shape. And then Clyde Wright, I used to play in Cap, and I'll play him here too. Okay, this isn't terrible so far. Still, again, these super low control pitchers. Paul, what does a 9 control look like? There's another who is someone else who's a manager has a pitcher card with a 9 control. Who am I thinking? Is it Lasorda? I've never played them, so I wonder what a 9 control looks like. Is it just like walking the bases loaded and then pitching out of the jam? Kelly Wanch's 6 control too. Ricky Vaughn from Major League. Yeah, I guess that's what it looks like. I mean, is that are we talking Nuke Lelouch? 14 strikeouts, new league record. 14 walks, new league record. I mean, I probably need. What's my lefty righty mix look like right now? I've got one lefty in the pen. I'm basically drafting my bullpen here. So righty, lefty. Have any of you guys ever played this profile where it's like high control and then 60s P BABIP and home run suppression? I think like Gullickson has this profile too. I've never picked them, so I don't know how they end up playing. Oh, you find it sneaky decent. Okay. All right. Well, I need pitchers here, so Dean Crow, welcome to the team. And then, unless I'm going to go with loose leader here with his 57 home run suppression. Like, there's only two pitchers left. It's either this Tim Collins with a 31 control or this Don Stonehouse with a 9 control. I mean, it's 9 control, but it comes with a 162 home run suppression and a 112 P BABIP. And I'm sure the 69 stuff helps, but man, 9 control versus 31 control? Ugh. Gullickson and Bonderman too. Yeah, that's right. Bonderman has that profile too. I mean, I guess the 31 control is more than 3 times as good as Don Stanhouse's 9, but I don't know, Paul, what do you think? This 31, 69, 101 or this 9, 112, 162? I've got to choose one, so I'm going to go with the less terrible control. And then I got one more position player. You like Stanhouse? Okay, I'm willing to go with Stanhouse. And I got to pick another position player. So, all right, we're done. Okay, so the thing I messed up there is I went into this forgetting that we only need 10 or 11 pitchers. And then then I swung the pendulum too far the other way, and then I didn't pick enough pitchers. So I ended up having to take 4 in the last round, where they're all iron and pretty terrible. So this is, I'm glad I have 3 shots at this because I think I'll draft much better in the next one. That said, I don't think I have a terrible team, especially on the offensive side. So I like this Looper card. So I'm gonna probably I'll make him my closer. Yeah, solid core for sure, especially on the offensive end. Um, and then stopper. Hobby setup, hobby mineral relief. These will double as closers. Okay, and then turn on all of their aggressiveness, tiredness hooks. I don't know if you guys can hear that train in the background. All right. And let's set up the lineup here. Oh, I forgot that Romy Fields can hit too. It's not a great profile for this stadium, but 89 BABIP, 76 I versus righties is not bad. Okay, so Blanchard and Ferguson are going to platoon. Sano is going to be my. Oh, this is what I mean about. I think the AI overplays two-way pitchers as hitters all the time. I feel like there's no way Romy Field should be my DH. Yeah, it is great discovering like the sneaky hitters. Yeah, on those Negro League cards especially. You're right. Um, but this Romy feels like there's no way he's the DH. Like especially when this Sano card is here. I actually like him against both righties and lefties, but if there's a platoon partner, I don't mind platooning him. Um, Oh, this is interesting. The AI put Walkenfuss in left field. I thought he was going to be my. I am going to platoon him at first, and then. Oh, do I platoon Cowser and DiMaggio? That might be good. Let me do it side by side here. Hey, Cheeky, welcome to the stream. We're I'm doing my 9 PTCS rosters and drafts. I was gonna cancel the stream because of it, but then thought, maybe people might want to see this. So, um, do they make a good platoon or do they just start Cowser all the way? I think Cowser V left trumps DiMaggio's V left, even though DiMaggio's a righty. All right, so it's going to be Cowser both ways there. I don't think I need to platoon Yank, so Mike Andrews is just going to be a good backup. Alvarez is a lefty at third, but that Candy Jim Taylor card is so good. I don't think I'm going to platoon him either. So, I mean, this is a case where I like my starters enough against both sides that I don't mind having a bunch of players with white text this time around. Let's see. I like Snow here. Walking Fist is going to be playing left. Yeah, white text names of draft is way different. Okay, good. I'm glad you agree. Because I know, like you, I'm a proponent of late having lots of green text, but yeah, I didn't think in drafts. I think you're right. You can let it slide a bit more. Okay, I think this is close enough. I'm going to call it good. I might do some last minute tweaking tomorrow morning, but I think this is close enough. All right, so now it is going to be. It's now time for bronze. So here are my bronze teams. I've got two bronzes. The Low Diamond Phillips kind of cruised in. The Georgia Tech team, I kind of had to squeeze in there towards the end, but both of them made it in the top 100. All right, so let me just make sure I submitted that. Yeah, I did. All right, so I'm going to switch over to bronze. Bronze was my main jam when I started PT24, so I still have a soft spot for it. Oh, Cheeky rating in. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. We're doing my 9 PTCS rosters and drafts. This one also has a PD on it too, so we'll do that after we do both bronzes. Oh, got my daily rewards. All right, so let's start with the pitchers. I feel like bronze is one though where I'm a little behind on getting all the kind of relevant cards. Oh, I have shortstop selected. That's why I'm missing a bunch of players. Okay, so starters first. Actually, I'm not opposed to picking irons, but I want to start by picking bronze. So let's go 60 to 69, and then I'll open it up later just to make sure I didn't miss anybody. But Hey, what happened there? Oh, I didn't click the filter. Yeah, pro tip, you have to actually click the row you're using. There we go. This Chen Ming Wang card I see everyone playing. It's a good one though, so I'm gonna bring it in. Here's the Paul Splittorff. Oh, I was super glad too that I got that Paul Splittorff card in a team that plays bronze. Very happy about that. Eovaldi. I'm a big fan of this Hartzell card. Every time I see it in 5L or 6L, it's an auto draft for me. So I'm gonna auto draft him here. When it comes to relievers, this John Cummings card is one I like too. Uh, and these Westbrook and Folkers cards I usually draft too, so I'm gonna grab both of them. Although I think that gives me six starters. I don't mind having them on there and then having some roster flexibility. And this Thurman is one I used to take all the time early cycle before I think people started showing through data that PBABIP wasn't as important, and then that diminished this card a little bit. But all right, let me look at the next screen just in case. So this Wheeler card, I usually end up grabbing too, but oh, I like this Bales card too. But I'm a little worried about that low stuff in this tournament, so I might pass on that Bales card this time around. I'm gonna grab Wheeler for now too. Thurman has been bypassed but still draftable. Yeah, I completely agree with that assessment. That's a great way to put it. And he's still a good bullpen option, I think, especially in drafts. But yeah, I still grab him a lot in drafts, but I think in this format I can pass on him. All right, let's see what we need now. I got my starters and kind of borderline starter pitchers. I don't mind this lefty righty mix in the rotation, so we're looking for four more relievers, and I want probably at least two of them, maybe three of them, to be lefties. This is another one I think diminished a little bit because originally I liked having that high Babbitt, but I think he still plays. Although you know what, I'm gonna hold off on grabbing him right now because that low stuff worries me a little bit. The same with for Claudio too. This McFarland, I just have. Oh wait, before McFarland, let me grab John Cummings. I know I want him. He's pretty splitty, but I still like him. The Patterson's another one I like. All right, what do I need left here? So I'm at 9 pitchers. I probably need two more lefties. So what do our lefty choices look like? Maybe okay. I mean, this Claudio card, even with the low stuff, I like everything else about it. I like the shape. I like the high. I like the 191 numbers for home run suppression control. He's splitty, but his V right is still pretty good, so I don't mind picking him. So I think one more lefty. So it's probably McFarland or we're back to Thurmond. Let me do a side by side. McFarland, Thurmond. I mean, if you truly believe that PBAP doesn't matter at all, then I think it's McFarland. But I think if you think if it matters, even still a little bit, Thurman's got almost double the PBAP. Let me just make sure there's not another lefty out there that I'm missing. This Lopez control is too low. Hughes is a righty. Oh, Bales. Back to Bales, too. His main thing, though, is he's got that low stuff. All right, I'm thinking I'm going Bales or Thurmond. Bales has a control edge. That's an 18-point control edge. And only a 3-point home run deficit. I don't know, Paul, what do you think? Bales or Thurmond for my last spot? I wanted to be a lefty, so it's probably one of these two. I think I'm gonna go. So you've graded more towards Bales from Thurman? Yeah, I was thinking the same. Yeah, the control I think makes a bigger difference than anything else. Okay, thanks. That helps. I was on the fence, but I was leaning that way, and that helps. All those points kind of line up with what I was thinking, so appreciate it. All right, I think our pitching's set then. Yep. So then let's go. Let's go defense first. Get my defensive screen up here. All right, catcher framing first. Yeah, this Mitterwald card I end up drafting a lot, purely defensively. And then sometimes I pair it with this Avril card just because that power eye is sick and you still get good framing with it, even though the arm and blocking are terrible. The only downside is it's a righty righty, so you don't really get to platoon it. But I think it really just ends up being Mitterwald starting and then Avril off the bench. But then in DH, I can also use that right-handed bat too. So maybe I'll start with those two. I mean, Mitterwald for sure. So I'm just going to grab him to start. I haven't looked at this Cam Cameron card much. I mean, I've drafted him a few times, but I know this. I love that framing. Oh yeah, this is one with no power. That's right. And I think in this format, in this stadium, I want to go power guys. All things being equal. Um, I was just looking at Reese McGuire the other day for a live tournament, but he's also got no power. Okay, I might start with these two because I know I want the power, and then I can always switch for a better defensive backup catcher. Cam in general, but agree not so much for this tourney. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. If not for the premium on power, I like this profile. I like the super high catcher framing. I like the contact, even though it's not coming from Babbitt, but I think for this format, I'd rather take the power. Okay, and then center field range. So I think Andrew Jones for sure. And then I might not look back up yet, but I guess I should grab someone. I mean, from a platoon perspective, Kiermaier would make sense because he's a lefty, but he's not a very big offensive weapon. So, but what does this Venable card play? Oh, he might be good. 77 power VR. You know, Power Stadium. He's only a 90 defense in center field, but it's with a 94 range, so I don't mind that. All right, I think he is going to be my backup center fielder for now, and he can play all the outfield spots. So I like that. You like the oh, you love that Venable. All right then. I like when I think I'm on the right track, and then Paul says he loves that card. It's a good endorsement there. All right, infield range. This Hanson card always frustrates me because I'm like, oh, I see that defense, and I look at this offense, and I'm like, wah wah. I mean, it's only one position, and it's so cliche, but I think I gotta take him. And then second base. Who do I want at second base? This Richard really, I used to not take as much because for whatever reason, I had it in my head. I was assuming he wouldn't have good turn double play, and then I looked and he had one of the highest turn double plays in the game. So I ended up drafting him a lot. But um, I mean, he brings a power VR, and it's hard to beat that second base defense. So I think for now, I'm gonna start off with him at least. Okay, and then this Sean Rodriguez, I love as a utility card. I mean, he's good in defense everywhere. I like it better outside of this format, but I might go ahead and just preemptively grab him now. Especially with that best of nine, people are going to get tired, and I like the idea of plugging him in because of his defense. Um, the Fishland is not good. It's good defensively. It's better offensively, but not in power, so I don't mind it so much. That Sean Rodriguez is a little weaker offensively, so I'm going to go with him for now. It's an extra roster spot, but we have extra spots because of the pitching being 11, so I don't mind it. Okay, so now let's look for some hitters. And I mean, let's start with power, I guess. Okay, gotta take John. I someone this came up in conversation earlier today, but like I like the Rob Deer card. So Don, I love this Renicky card. I'm gonna grab him, and I've got him boosted even, so I like him extra. He's one of my few combinators. The Tony Salida again because I go by BABIP. When you go by BABIP, his card becomes significantly better, and he's good VR and VL compared to like the Camille card. That Camille card is very similar VR. He's also in the 70s batting average and hundreds power and I, but Camille's BABIP goes down into the 40s VL, whereas Salida stays in the 70s. So I really like this Salida card. Again, as the pitching environment shifts to more stuff, I'm gonna probably drift away from these guys that are pure BABIP, but for now I like him. And then Salida usually makes it so I don't need Joey Gallo, but I do want Rob Deere. Okay, so where am I now, lineup wise? Okay. Again, we have a lot of mutual backing up here, which is a fatigue problem waiting to happen. So I need some more depth in either second, third, or short. And that's already with Sean Rodriguez with no bat being part of that mix. So I definitely need maybe a power third baseman. Oh, and there's Jim Presley. Perfect. Okay, so let me add Presley. Presley's another one. When you look at BABIP, his stock rises quite a bit. Um, and he's somewhat playable. Oh no, wait, no. Presley's the one I find this interesting that he's aside from he's a reverse split VR on power. But BABIP and he's still better. Or no, it's just it's just BABIP. Interesting. Yeah, so I can play him both ways, so I like that. Okay, that should change the complexion of this depth chart quite a bit now, having a better starting third. Well, that's interesting. He's not starting him over Rodriguez, which I'm going to correct that for sure. But we still have a little bit of mutual backing over here, so I'm going to look for a middle infielder regardless of power. So let me go to BABIP for that. Uh, Bonifacio's a little too weak defensively. This Pat Listash card, he's not great defensively, but I like that he can also back up second base and center field. I don't love this card though in this environment. Let me see if I can find someone a little better fit. Oh, this Junior Felix card is another one. When you look at BABIP, really jumps up quite a bit. Yeah, I might end up taking him for the outfield. Let me see. Let me see where we are with that. Okay, I think we can definitely use one more outfielder. Well, we have four more spots left, so okay, that's good. So I'm gonna take Junior Felix for now. And it's not like he has no power. And then I'm still looking for a shortstop or second baseman. Kike Hernandez, this card is great in the outfield, but I don't like it in the infield, so he's not really a solution there. But maybe he's my backup outfielder. I don't love the eye, but he's got a good BABIP and power. Oh, there's got to be someone with better eye than him, though. Maybe not. Can't remember what position this Benedict card plays. Okay, usually basically just first base. Okay, we'll take Kike Hernandez to back up in the outfield and play some second base. What does that do to the depth chart? Okay, that's a lot better now in terms of backups. Okay, so now we're in best bat available for the last spot. Wow, how did I not notice this card before? 62 contacts, 71 BABIP, 98 power, 74 I. Oh, but can't play any defense. Okay, let's just yeah, let's just go here for some power and some infield backup, and then we're good. All right, Jerko, you're on the team. Did he get added? I thought I tried to add him. Yeah, good. All right, we're done. Just gotta set the strategy. Set the pitching staff. Oh, I don't like the idea of not starting Uvaldi. Boy, I like this card way better than Westbrook or even Wheeler. Yeah. I disagree with you, AI. I'm starting Uvalde. I mean, even this Hartzell might start. Hartzell over Westbrook. Okay, I like that. And then Claudio Patterson. Okay, I'm gonna go Wheeler Bales as my stoppers. I like this Cummings card. So Cummings Patterson as setup. And Claudio, I guess, is set up too. And Westbrook middle relief works. I like Claudio a little less, so he'll go in the seventh. And my stoppers will double as closers. And then everyone else will chip in middle relief. Okay, and then everyone gets aggressive tiredness hook. All right. And let's adjust the lineup. I want Salida closer to the heart of the order here. Let's sandwich Renicky between Salida and Dunn. Don't have a lot of lefties in there. Um, I guess we'll start Venable VL. Oh yeah, let's do that, and then we'll slide Renicky up. Okay. Then here's my DHVL. Is it Dunn or is it Deer? Let's compare. I'm pretty sure it'll be Dunn, even though it's VL, but well, it's closer than I thought it would be. But I mean, there's a big BABIP edge there, so it's still Dunn. Okay, Salad is actually surprisingly good VL, so I'm going to move him up. And this is where Everill's bat is so good. I'm going to let him start VL. So if any of you guys end up playing me, you can crank up your stolen bases um, if you're pitching a lefty. Okay, and then Jerko against Oh, okay. I got 3 standard packs from the 6L. Nice. Hey, Draco VL. I think we'll start you VL. And then Rob Deer. Oops, VR, sorry. And then Rob Deer. Where can I fit you in VL? Oh, well, ahead of Kike Hernandez, I guess. Although, man, Kike Hernandez 102.82. That's pretty good. So not there. Not Renicky. Okay, I guess Deer, you're still on the bench VL. It's a tough lineup to crack. Let me check the depth chart. Let me make sure you're subbing enough. So VL, Rob Deer needs to appear more often. Okay. So they don't have any speed here. Nope. Okay, we're done. Okay, so half of my standard lineups done and one of my drafts. So we're gonna do the other bronze now that we know what we're doing with bronze. The other bronze should go faster. So which is my other bronze? Low Diamond Phillips. Oh, I haven't done my PT Live today either. Gotta do that. This one will probably have fewer cards, so I might have to do a little bit more scrambling or shopping to get to the same kind of roster. But and this one I don't think has a split orf. Just realized that. There's the Wang. It's one starter. Oh, it does have a split orf. Good. Two starters. Evaldi is 3 starters. Hartzell is 4 starters. Westbrook is 5, although we're pretty sure he's going to be out of the pen. Wheeler is 6. We're taking Bales, so that's 7. I think this Hauser's a live card. Yeah, it's still a pretty good profile. But I think it's time for bullpen. Okay, 7 pitchers. Well, Evaldi's going to start, so let's get him in there. Okay, at least they have Hartzell starting this time. Okay, we need 4 more relievers with a mix of righty lefty. So, I need good enough of control. All right, TJ McFarland. Take you. Cummings for sure. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Cummings for sure. Patterson, I like that card shape. And here's my other righty reliever. Yeah, the other team must have someone I don't have on this team. I think I pulled this Kawakami um, combi in packs, but he's got low control. So combi or not, I don't think I'm taking him. I might end up taking this Hauser live card. or this Melancon card. He's that shape with the super low BABIP, but the decent home run suppression, the good control. Do I need a righty or a lefty? I need a righty. Okay, yeah, we'll take you. Okay, pitching staff is 11. Okay. Time for defense up the middle. Middle wall again. I guess I don't have that Avril card on this team. How much does he cost? $68. Yeah, I should buy that. Why is he not showing up? Oh, because he went active right away. That's right. Yeah, when you have empty roster spots and you buy or acquire a card, it goes right into the active roster. So that's what happened there. Okay, infield range with high turn double play. So same formula, I think. I'm gonna. I like that other lineup, so I'm just gonna roll with it here. Andre Jones. Who's my other center field on that other team? It was specifically not Kiermaier. The name will hopefully come to me while I'm doing this search. Who was it? Oh, Venable. Well, I don't have a Venable on this team. I probably have one in the 65 packs I have up here, but I will just buy him for. He's a little overpriced, but there's only two selling, so that's what happens when you wait too long to do your PTCS. All right, so he should be in the lineup now. Okay, and then we just pick back power batters mostly. Is there anyone for this BABIP screen that I need? Nope. All right, done. Dear, ooh, I have this team has a Combi Salida, a Combi Jerko, no Combi Reneki though. That's a bummer. Jerko. I don't have room on the roster, but in drafts, especially, I like this Rico Petrocelli card. Uh, who else am I missing here? I'm missing three players. Oh, that's right. I took that third baseman, Pedro Alvarez. So it was. Does this team have someone better though? I don't think so. Although this Tom Tresh card plays good third base, but the BABIP is weak, so I'd rather have the Alvarez, I think. Although it has higher I. Switch hitter, which side are you better against? You're better VL, but you have better IVR, and you're a 78 third base. Okay. We'll run the Alvarez on that team, and we'll try Tom Trash on this team. Miguel's. Oh, that's a live signal. That's the wrong one. Yeah. All right. I need two more batters. I think we're good on backup, so best two bats. I take that Gallo, but he's a one position player. Maybe I still take this Pedro Alvarez. Plays third and first. Or try out this Aaliyah card. I have enough room to take both. Well, why don't we take both? Let me just check Babbitt real quick to make sure I'm not missing anyone obvious. Oh, I took the Enrique Hernandez on the other team, but I didn't take here, but that's fine. So I've done. I still want to start this Rob Deer if he left, but there's no spots for him. Oh, it's starting Alvarez at DH, VL. That's a spot where 65, 89, 81. Yeah, Rob Deer starting at DH, VL. And where was catcher VL? Oh, I grabbed the wrong card. Let me go back. I still have one more batter spot. Oh, this Ramita card is good VR. Not a ton of power, but well, I'd rather have the glove of Hernandez. Yeah, so we'll just take him again. Venable center fields. Tom Trash is being my third baseman. V VR, I guess. Maybe both. That Sean Rodriguez card is pretty weak. These are hitters. See, the order needs to be switched a bit. Okay. Oh, I still have that if I wasn't showing this at all. Sorry about that. Give me my bullpen. They give all these my two. Wang, Hartzell, Wheeler. Let's go. Setup. Setup. Closer. Stopper. Stopper. Okay. These are going to actually be backup relievers. And these will be backup closers. Okay. All right. Just got to now set their aggressive tiredness hook. Yeah, if I tried to stream that, um, how to import players and run a clean speed sim content, I would have been up till dawn, I think, doing this. It's already almost 2 p.m. here on the West Coast. All right. Wow, this is interesting. It is not starting Salida at first base. I start him VL and VR at first base. Rob Gear starts VL. Oh, wait. Oh, it changed because we have Hernandez now. Got it. Got it, got it, got it. Tom Tresh at third. And yeah, I can't argue with not starting Aurelia and Sean Rodriguez. So I think we're good. Okay. Just weird that Rob Deere does not start. Does that seem right? Seems a little off, but I mean, he doesn't start ahead of Renicky. He doesn't start ahead of Dunn. Hernandez is the only one, but Hernandez has such good BABIP VL. You know what though? It is a home run park, so I'm going to go ahead and pull the trigger and start Deere ahead of Hernandez VL. Okay, now we're done, I think. Okay, bronze is fully done. Now we got a draft to do. So 2 irons done, 2 bronze done, 1 draft done. About to do another draft here. I grab some water first. All right, time to draft. So last time we targeting 12 pitchers, we're going to target 10 or 11 here. Ooh, tempting to take the curveball, but if I'm not taking starters in round one, I'm not taking closers. I think it's the Langford card. Although I do like the King Kelly for the backup catcher too, in addition to that contact rating. I like the Helton, but he's very splitty. But I don't love that the Mead doesn't have any power. But Voight's an option here too. I wish his contact and BABIP were better, but Redderman doesn't have the power. I also don't love picking first base necessarily because there's so many first basemen, but I think it's Luke Voigt. I mean, my gut here says Chase DeLauder because of the contact and power, but it's mostly avoid K. No, I don't really love these other choices, especially given the stadium we're in. I don't want to go this early with a pitcher with sub 70 control, so I think by default it's DeLauder. I don't love my choices in these first three rounds here, so we got one more shot at the draft, so hopefully it'll come together in that last one. I mean, I'm not giving up, but I don't love where we're starting. This Wagner card's splitty but good. So we'll grab that and the Sancho Willis card. Again, splitty but good. And yeah, I think given the choices, that's what we got. Might be a double pitch around here. Jones for sure. Sanderson's borderline. Oh, Tim Mesa's the other lefty reliever that I like. He's got this super weird profile with the really high home run percentage and the really low P BABIP. I mean, this combo of defense and offense, I think I have to take Chris Spear here. And I do think it's Jared Jones, even though I really like this weirdo Tim Mesa card. Okay. Do I take Panic to lock down second base? Again, in this high power stadium, I don't love having a low power starting lineup member, but um, I think Colton Wong's I think a lot better fit for this stadium. Plus, he's got the 210 defense, so we'll go and try to grab him. I think the Straussy card is that reliever I like. Yeah, another that same kind of profile here. High home run suppression, high control, low P BABIP. But this one has low stuff, so that worries me a bit. So for lefty reliever, do I take Fossis instead? Similar profile but higher stuff. Could take both. I'm not seeing. Oh, this Donnie Moore has that same profile from the right hand side. So maybe we'll do that. We'll go Fossis Moore, and we've got our righty lefty setup guys. Um, this Jim McTammany has a great defensive center field, but no power. All right, this is weird, but in round seven, we're going to go lefty righty relievers. I think they're the best available. Felton Snow, love the defensive flexibility there. Walker. This early card I like in turn play a lot. I wish the suppression were a little higher, but we might go with him. Sam Fold is another one I'll look at for center field, but he's got almost no offense. Although I do need someone to center field eventually, but not right now. There's no auto picks here, are there? Nope. Jerry Mumphrey's another good defensive center fielder. I might regret not taking one of those defensive center fielders. But Sundberg's a great pick at catcher. We don't have one yet. Tewksbury, he's an auto pick, and I think at this level, Jose Hernandez, he's a roster saver here with all those positions. How are we doing lineup wise? We need a center fielder and a catcher. And rotation wise, okay, we got 5 starters. We need some bullpen help. So what was that? Center field and shortstop? Center field and catcher. Field and catcher. Mitch Garver is a good offensive catcher, so hopefully we don't have to play him a ton. He can play some DH in the meantime. Okay, this is a good round. Jose Hernandez and Mitch Garver, I'll take that. Although this Silva card, he's got crazy control, but I don't like that low home run suppression in this stadium. So we'll go with this. Jerko again. And Kurt Manway, not bad for for a backup catcher. But most of this defense is in the arm, not framing, so don't love that. How is Oates? Nah. I guess we'll go with the cannon behind the plate. And we have 8 pitchers. That's good. 8 pitchers going in around 12. Do we? Oh, Earl. So do we go Garver and Averill? Averill? They're both righties. They're both power I guys. I guess one could DH. I mean VL. That could be a killer combo. Who do we have VL right now? Garver at DH. Sundberg catching. So we might just go Garver Averill. I wouldn't be opposed to that because it's such a good power bat. We need a pitcher though. Glacius, no. Weathers. Oh man, that control is just a little too low. Both of those profiles I like, just I don't like that low control. And he's got terrible control. Oh, look at that heat though, 130 stuff. I mean, we could take a picture, another picture. Or do we need Leo DeRocher again? Do we need a defensive platoon or not a defensive utility player? Well, not this time around. We don't have that backing each other up problem. All right, let's grab a picture. The lesser of the two evils on these. Okay, it's a lefty and a righty, so I got to keep that in mind when comparing. Yeah, I think Weathers is slightly better. But what's my staff mix? Yeah, we can take a righty. All right, we'll go with Weathers and his low control. All right. Five pick. Oh, Justin Maxwell. Nice pickup in the last round. Rick Roden home run suppression is going to get us killed in this stadium. Seminara low control but high home run suppression. I guess we'll go less preferable than the reverse. All right, Gavin Floyd. Ooh, yeah. I need how many pitchers? And none of the choices are good. I'd like two. Let's try lefty righty mix. Two righties and two lefties. So, okay, so if I'm taking Seminara, I should take a lefty, and the only choice then is Robbie Ray. I mean, he's got terrible control, but at least he's got good stuff. So maybe hopefully that'll make up for it. Okay, so three batters. One's Maxwell. The rest are catchers or third baseman. Okay, Batch at least has home run power. Nippy Jones has home run power. Pope can at least play decent center field in his 71, so we'll take that. Holy cow, what the heck am I doing? I have four catchers in this draft? That's ridiculous. All right, I have one more draft to get this right. Well, let's hope that works. Man, another screwed up draft. Last time it was four pitchers in the last round. This one, I have four catchers. The heck am I doing? All right, that's fine. We'll just set this up and then we'll. Moving on. I got better pitchers this time around, though, I think. So we'll try a different setup this time. We'll go closer, closer, setup, setup, middle, middle. But we will secondary position stopper for these guys. And all right, and did I set the? I don't think I set the aggressive tiredness hook. All right. And then, oh, this lineup's gonna be a disaster with four catchers. I get so sucked in by Babbitt Power Eye that I can't help myself. Okay, Sundberg is such a good defensive catcher, but he's got no power. So we're going to go Garver as the catcher DH combo and Luke Voigt at first. That's a ton of power, which I really like in this stadium. And we've got Wyatt Langford. I mean, this is a sick lineup. It's just I didn't pick the bench right. I think VR, Garver and Averill come down enough that one can DH, but Sundberg can still catch, I think. And then do I want Jericho to start at third base maybe? Ahead of Felton Snow? Because Felton Snow's a no power guy. Yeah. So we're gonna go Jerko in the third base spot here. Both of them. Okay. So he's going there at third. Center field is who? Wow, Jose Hernandez is at center. What the heck? What is he's a 57, but we've got Justin Maxwell. I mean, Dave Pope, I get he can't really hit, but Justin Maxwell at least VL in center field. And I guess Hernandez VR. Salt and Snow play center? 57. Who's got the better range? Hernandez is a 73. Felton Snow is 74. Tiny edge. Who's better VR? Felton Snow or Jose Hernandez? Snow's got better BABIP. Hernandez has better power and eye. It's a power stadium, so let's keep it with Hernandez. Not enough lefties on this team. Not enough. All right, but we're gonna roll with it. I like the squad at least. Too many. I picked too many catchers though. All right, we're done with that. All right. Well, who's next? Next is silver. Two silver teams. The Learning League Llamas and the Tampico Stogies. Basically tied at 109 and 108 points. So let me pull up their accounts. All right, 2/3 done. And it's 2 a.m. already. Let's see. It is music lessons. All right, so this will be. There's no draft team on this one. Okay, so it's just silver. I was rolling in silver for a while, so I feel like I know these cards pretty well. Bronze was a little harder. I think I just had a harder time getting acclimated in bronze. Okay, let's start with pictures again. Oops, I want my picture view. There we go. Okay. Oh, I have it set to silver. I need to set this set to bronze. I need to set it to silver. There we go. Oh yeah, my old favorites like Tewksbury. Zahn. I really like this card, but it has super low stuff. That's lefty, righty. Um, this Wade Blasting game. I like that card, and it's a level 0 combinator. A lot of these level zeros I just got recently, so I still haven't combinated them yet. Oh, I thought I'd grab this song. Did I grab the wrong person earlier? Yeah, I grabbed Isringhausen by mistake. But I don't hate this profile, and he's level 1 boosted, so I guess we can hang on to him for now. This Alice Cobb live card, I guess it plays. 100 home run suppression, 81 control. He's not super splitty. He's a little splitty, but alright, we're gonna play a live card, I guess. That's fun. This Quintana card I like. It's got that good shape. Let's grab him. That Tim Mesa, I mean, we're gonna come back for him anyway, so maybe I just grab him now. Gonna use him in the bullpen. Soroka, I mean, it kind of starts based on the numbers. I've never really liked it much. I don't know if it's the low stuff or what, but I feel weird taking him right now. But as I look down the list, we're running out of good starters here. Oh, we got to take Greg. Oh, you know what? We need to check by control too. I would have missed Greg Swindell. Swindell for sure. These other ones have like their home run rate's green, but it's in the low 70s. So I don't know if that really plays. Um, but this Jim Merritt I like. At least it's a 78 home run rate. So do I have to go back and check the bronze to make sure I didn't miss any high control guys? You know what? I must because where was Diamond Pipkins? I have to go back and check those. Sayo, I think, is in. So I'm really not going to start 131 Robbie Erlin? I think I am. Kudo has a different case though, because that home run rate is 73, which is getting a lot closer to the is already in the low 70s. All right, where's my staff at now? Oh, I'm already at 11. Try to switch a lefty for a righty, or I guess I can just do it in the starting rotation. You don't have enough lefties here where I can try that thing where I do start all lefties. It's that thing Dr. Dynastic used to do in Gold Dead Ball, where you start one-handedness and then you put up a wall of the other handedness and you switch back to, and so the goal is to like get them to switch their lineups for their platoons, and then at the end you close with the original handedness and they have no one left. So what would that look like if we did that? Erwin, Merritt. So you go all lefty and then a wall of righties at middle relief and stopper. Yeah, this will be fun. Let's try this. So our best righties are going to be Tewksbury and it might be Cobb. It might be the live card. Seo's got the control, but not the home run suppression. Cobb's got the home run suppression, but not the. I mean, his control's not terrible, but I think it's Seo. I want them to close. Okay, this will be a fun experiment. See what happens here. I would feel better if I can replace maybe Cobb or Isringhausen with another lefty. Let's see what we have. Cole Irvin, Kevin Kelly, Rick Honeycutt. What if I switch it to home run rate, home run allowed? Which lefties show up? Guterman. Oh, I like this Chico Escarega card too. I forgot about that one. Who can I replace with Escarega? Isringhausen, I guess. And then Escarega. Where'd he go? There he is. Oh, these are not meant to be closed. These are meant to be stopper. Okay, this will be a funky bullpen, but we'll see how it does. Aggressive tiredness hook. Okay, we're gonna set these tiredness hooks. Check that box. All right. Then our line. Oh, I don't have a lineup yet. Duh. Okay, so we're gonna start with defense up the middle, and then we'll go power, power, power. Catcher framing. I've got this boosted Steinbach on the right hand side. I think this Willard plays pretty good. This Trevino live card is the best defensive catcher, so but this Willard VR is pretty good and has good framing. No arm though. And then do I go Bailey or level level zero boosted Steinbach? We'll go Steinbach Willard platoon, I guess. Their framing's decent. Man, I do hate passing up on that Trevino card though. The problem is it's just the hole offensively. So we're gonna pass up on that. Center field. This AG card that I got from that first PTCS. Love that we get to play him. And then is there a lefty we can play? What's this Vukovic card? No power. It's Norris is a lefty too. Even less power. or do you go back to our old standby, Jared Dyson? If we're not gonna get power anyway, at least we get some speed out of him. Does this T-head have power? I don't think he does. No. I mean, it makes sense. All these center fielders are super fast and rangy. They just don't have any power. All right, so old buddy Dyson it is. Pete Crow Armstrong. He's got a negative arm though, so I like the Dyson. Remy again is Jim Norris. No power. Actually, not a lot of base running speed either. Yeah, let's go Dyson. At least we get some base running speed, some range. And then middle infielders. Oh yeah, this is the Casey Kendall. This is the reason I started adding turn DP to this table because he cannot turn DPs. Um, I like Hewlett a lot offensively, and he plays a good shortstop thing, and he can turn double plays. So Hewlett and Joey Ortiz can turn double plays. Great. So it's Ortiz Hewlett up the middle. We're still probably going to end up grabbing Candell, but we'll probably end up grabbing this Tony Phillips too. All right, now let's get some batters. All right, so now let's get some bats. I love this Grabarkowitz, love this Bobby Bonds, but we're looking for power too. So this Dan Passer card is a favorite, especially when you're looking at BABIP. Sano is a no-brainer. Um, I love Eric Davis. Mo Vaughn will take for sure. This might be one where we reach down to bronze for Aaron Dunn too, or Adam Dunn. Sorry, power. Um, Nelson Cruz is just power, but he plays defense pretty well too. Oh, let's take Berkman VR. I think this is the live VOD. No, it's not the live VOD. Who do we have at first base right now? Move on. He's going to DH though, actually. So, who do we like between Votto, Phelps? This Phelps card's huge with the 135 walk. I'm tempted to grab him already, but Eric Davis with that 109 BABIP. Let's take him. Winkler's another really strong VR card, but we already have what's his face? Berkman. Oh, this Grabarkowitz. I love this card. I'll take him. This Bonds with a great BABIP. We'll take him. Maybe he's got some power. For utility, let's go I so that Phillips shows up. Tony Phillips. He's my favorite utility in this level. What does that look like so far? 14 players, just one more to go. And the depth chart says we need a middle infielder. I was hoping to add another power bat, but we need a middle infielder. So who's my best backup shortstop? Jose Ramirez and no I. Ian Desmond, but he's a one position guy. Who's in the card store? At shortstop. Max 79. This Rocio card, I think, is purely defensive. What does a Colt Emerson look like? Not enough power for this tournament. Oops. Lost Brandy House Canfield. Phil Snow. Derek Jeter Canfield. Nosy Wallace. What does this Fashion Kim card look like? No power. I mean, I guess you can't expect power everywhere. Oh, maybe we just put in that Casey Kendall. He's got no power, but he plays a good short second and third and outfield. He just can't turn double play. What is this for Jose Ramirez? Turn double play. He can't turn DPs either. He can't hit for power. So if we're not going to get power out of it, I think it's Ramirez or Candell. Candell plays better defense. So let's add Casey Candell. Okay. I think we're full up now. Yeah. Okay. 5 down. Just got to do these settings. I'm going to be a tired boy tomorrow morning. It is 2:20 local time here. I still have to walk the dog. I still have to move some laundry into the dryer. I still have to draft another team and put another silver roster together. Oh Jesus! I hate when I do that. I clicked the set set pitching staff and it undid all the stuff I just did to make it all lefty. What a dope! What a dope! Okay, and then I had these two were my closers. With Blazing Game being the 8th inning or later, and all the righties are middle relievers. And you hear my dog chewing on his own paws. Okay, these are going to be closers. Tewksbury is going to be used more often and be a stopper. And is it going to be Sale or Cobb? Sale will be the other used more often. Stopper. I think Cobb will be a setup, and Escarrega is going to potentially close, even though it messes up that left thing. Okay. Right. This is what I was trying to do. Change the starting lineup. Okay, Berkman is VR only. Oh, good. He's not on the VL side. Perfect. Miguel Sano is a must start, so he's my DH. Although VR Mo Vaughn's gonna be my DH. Pasco's gonna play outfield, so I can squeeze in Sano at first base. First base for Sano, left field for Pasqua, then DH for Mo Vaughn. Perfect. They all got in the lineup now. And then Willer's going to be the catcher VR. Can AG lead off? For sure. No, that Berkman seconds, no. Vaughn at cleanup, Hewlett, Pasqua. Okay, this is great. I like that lineup. And then VL. Gerber, um, Grabarkowitz, I like having in the lineup, especially. So Ortiz is pretty light hitting, so he's going to be decisive sub. So Grabarkowitz is going to start both. Yeah, who's better versus lefties, Mo Vaughn or Dan Pasqua? Mo Vaughn takes it by a little bit. Although if you're going to start lefty Eric Jared Dyson versus lefties, let's start Eric Davis instead. Okay, I think I like this. I like this lineup. I just have to adjust the VL a little bit so it plays better. So no. Okay, I like it. And then let's adjust these sliders a bit. I switch it to override team strategy settings so it doesn't, for this player, it won't look at the overall and it'll look at this player specific ones. If you don't do that, you can change the sliders all you want, nothing will happen. Okay. Ooh, getting tired. All right, Bobby Bonds, you can steal. I give very few players the green light to steal. If your steal rating's over 90, I gotta give you a little bit of leeway. No secondary skills though. Okay, we're done with that one. We're almost done. Just this draft to go, and then I gotta walk the dog, and then I'm gonna draft 5L and 6L, but I don't think I'll do that on stream. just raid into somewhere else, and then I'll do that offline. Okay, so that. Oh wait, no, I think. Wait, did I do both silvers already? I am so tired. I'm losing track. All right, did we do this one? Oh man. Oh, we did not. I still have another lineup, another regular silver, and then one last draft to do. And that last draft is probably my only hope because I've made some significant mistakes in each of the first two. Oh, not shortstops, all players. There we go. There we go. Let's go control side first, though. Tewksbury is a must add. Swindell is a must add. Erlin, Merritt, Zahn. Oh, yeah, Larry Jackson, too. I missed that on the other one. Who is this Jason Foley? That's a good reliever profile. We'll add him. So I need to add on the other team Jason Foley and who was it? Oh, this Larry Jackson. He's the only righty of that high control tree. Oh, he's actually not even that high. Okay, so now we need to have some bullpen help. We need a mix of righties and lefties. All right, from the pen, who do we have? I'm not seeing any, so let's try flipping it. We'll start with home run rate first. Oh yeah, that blasting game. I want him. I'm real worried now that in bronze and iron, I missed some good pictures by not going control first. Like Pipkins is missing, for example. Jim Rooker, we'll take him as a lefty. Joe Maniple's too splitty. His overall looks great, but if you look a little deeper, he's very splitty. Who's that lefty? He's not a, is he a bronze? Oh yeah, he's a bronze. I'm thinking of Mesa. Is Mesa a bronze? Let me look for him. He's a gold. What am I thinking? He's a gold. He's not going to be here. He's a gold. So I need some right-handed relief pitchers. Where are the righties? Chris Martin? He's a live pitcher. Ryan Thompson? Another live pitcher. I mean, he's a live pitcher, but that's a good profile. Or do we just grab Tyon and Seo and call it a day? I think so. And Seo, I guess. Okay, that's 11 pitchers, and we got a good right-left mix. I don't like starting Tyon. Tewksbury doesn't start because of his low stuff, but let's see. Blazing Game has the best combo of stuff control and home run suppression, so we'll start him instead. Check. Then Foley will be our closer. And we'll go Tewksbury as a stopper. Who do I like better between Erlin and Merritt? Similar home run, way better control. So we'll go Erlin, stopper. Is Rooker the use more often? I don't think so. Why did the AI do that? Between Rooker, Merritt, Tyon. I don't think there is a use more guy. If it is, it's Merritt. Okay, then we got to do the aggressive tiredness hook thing. Again, Spore gave us hope that maybe this would become a little more automated. All right. 5 out of 6 pitching staffs are done. And now we got to populate a lineup, starting with a defense. Up the middle defense. Willard again. Yeah, we don't have the same choices we had on the other team, so do we check out the card show? Catchers. We had Jim Sundberg on the other team, but man, he's expensive, so I'm not going to do that. Um, we've got a Frank Duncan. Why was he not showing up? He's probably not a framing monster. That's probably why. Where is he? Oh, is he not eligible for this? That's probably why. Okay. Um. Okay. Let's go with what we got then. I know Iannetta is good offensively, but this catcher framing is not great. Do we go Posada? His offense will play well, so yeah, let's activate him. All right. And then we'll go center field. Man, I forgot Tony Phillips plays such a mean center field. All right, let's go Dyson for sure. And yeah, let's just call it. We're gonna grab Tony Phillips later anyway, so let's just grab him now, knowing he's our temporary backup center fielder. Okay, and then middle infield, go Joey Ortiz. We'll go Tim Hewlett, and we'll go. Who else at middle infield? All right, two's enough for now. I'm pretty sure we're gonna add in Casey Kendall, so we'll just grab him now. And then let's go to batters. My batting ratings, not the default system. There we go. All right, we'll start with power. Sano is a no-brainer. Oh, we need to grab Paul Schwarber or Giancarlo Stanton. We want Berkman VR, Mo Vaughn, Dan Pasqua. Um, like this Eric Davis. We're definitely missing cards though compared to the other squad. Bobby Bonds, Berkowitz. Oh man, 14 out of 15. We need one more player. How's our depth chart? I want getting another pure center fielder to kind of, but it's hard to argue with Phillips being the backup center fielder. He's so good defensively. Who's a power guy we can take? Spencer, I think first base is probably pretty backed up, right? Sano, Pasqua, and Vaughn. We don't need another one, I don't think. Giancarlo Stanton would be interesting. So would Kyle Schwarber. Are those both live cards? Yes. Yes. Hmm. Which bat do we need more? So Mo Vaughn's going to DH VR. Snow's playing first. Can Berkman play right? Yes. Can Pasqua play right? Yeah, but he's better on left. Okay, so Pasqua is in for Bonds, I guess. Wait, who's better VR, Pasqua or Bonds? Oh wow, Pasqua's got more power than I. Bonds has more Babbitt. I think we gotta go Pasqua. And then Berkman's in right. Okay. So then Eric Davis is gonna replace Berkman VL. Bonds is gonna play right field. Oh, I don't want Tony Phillips in left field. He's my backup center fielder, so I definitely don't want that. So I guess Berkman gets to, or Pasco gets to play VL and VR. He's not very splitty, so that's fine. And Graberko, it starts at second. Kendall can relieve him. Okay, this is close to done already, I think. All right, that side's done. Does Dyson start VL? No, I think we'll start Phillips VL. And we'll let him walk at the top of the lineup. Ortiz is going to bat last. And we're not starting Willard. We will start Fasada. He's a weapon, so we'll move him up. Okay, great. I think he might be done there. And let's make sure Candel's coming in defensively. He is. And check it VL. Berkman, you were never playing VL. Get out of here with that. Okay. Dyson, you've got the green light to steal a little bit. Just a little bit. I don't like when we run ourselves out of innings. I think the main team starter has hit and run almost set to 0. Okay, that's Dyson, and then Bobby Bonds. You're definitely allowed to steal. Okay. What else we have? Okay, we're all set. The only other thing I want to do before, well, actually, let me take a restroom break. Um, I will be right back and take a quick restroom break. Okay. Okay, we're back. Um, Before I do that last draft, I wanted to go back to the bronze teams and make sure um I'm not missing anyone. I'm just going to put this up while I enter in my password. You can't see the password, but I don't want anyone even knowing how many letters are in my password. Maybe I'm paranoid. I feel like I'm being careful. Maybe you can still tell from the number of taps on the keyboard, but okay. So I wanted to check out that bronze and make sure when I do a search by control, I'm not missing any pictures that I really, really want. Why is this completely blank? What is going on here? What did I do wrong? Why is that blank? Oh, do I have a custom filter? Oh, thank goodness. Okay, I have a custom filter on. I was worried there for a second. Anytime your card set looks weird, this is probably the problem. The problem is sometimes you don't, it's not weird enough and you don't notice it and then you miss players. Pictures, search by control this time. So now I'm making sure this number is high enough. Oh, like Bill Lee, I have a combinator of, and he's something worth someone worth considering. So 75, 80, 121. I mean, he might replace the Zach Wheeler. That profile is actually better than our current closer, but that throws off our lefty righty mix. And I kind of like it better than TJ McFarland. So let's do that. We'll take out McFarland. And we'll activate this Bill Lee. And then the other person who seemed conspicuously missing was Carlos Silva's got the sick control 168, but that home run rate of 69 is, I think, a non-starter. Um, is Pipkins not eligible for this format? Yeah, he should be right here. So wait, maybe this team doesn't have a Pipkins. No, we have a Pipkins. He just must not be eligible. What year did he? What year was he? 1942. Yeah, and it's from 1961. Okay, so that's why there's no Pipkins. But I'm glad we got Bill Lee in there. I like him um, better than who we had in there. So, question is, does he start? I think he might be better than Zach Wheeler. Yeah, so he's gonna be in for Wheeler, and then Wheeler can be middle relief. Okay. Oh, and Bill Lee needs aggressive tiredness hook. Save that. And then we'll do the same for my other bronze team. It might just be Bill Lee again, but let's check to make sure. Okay. Oops, we're not drafting. Good thing it doesn't start the draft right when you press that first button. We're not drafted yet, sorry. False alarm. I want to get this bronze pitching staff fixed first. Not that it's broken, but I do want to make sure we get every possible pitcher in there. I mean, we'll probably end up facing a round one combinator and go out right away anyway, but just in case we don't, I like to give us our best possible chance. So let's search by control this time. Yeah, so I wonder, do we want to consider the level 0 combinator of Alan Anderson here? Because the control is lower, but the home run suppression is higher. So 6 home run suppression, and not that it matters much, of 15 P BABIP, but 20 points lower control. It might still be worth it. Much better stamina too. All right, so on this one, let's activate Anderson. Who is he going to replace? Hmm. Bales was the last one added. How does he compare to the Bales? Anderson has better control, better P BABIP, slightly better stuff, slightly worse home run. So all in all, I think Anderson trumps Bales. So we'll bench 8 Bales. All right, so Bales is going to be out. Or do we take Claudio out? No, it's Bales. We'll take out Bales, replace him with. I mean, honestly, it's a pretty similar profile, but all right. Well, I think that's it. We just have to fold this Allen Anderson into our pitching staff. Now, unlike on the other team, I don't think he starts. So he will be middle relief and set up. I wonder, actually, let's make him co-stopper with Zach Wheeler. Okay, I like this setup. Let's just make sure he has the aggressive targets hook and submit this again. Okay, I think we're good there. So now we just have one more draft to do. You know what? I want to get some more water before this, so I will be right back again. So All right, sorry about that. I want to get one last fresh glass of ice for this home stretch. All right, here it is, the last. Let me see. Where's that list? Two irons, those are the first ones we did, and then a draft, two bronze, and then a draft. We just did two silver and one last draft, and then we're done. I actually might just keep the stream running and do my 5L drafts too, but we'll see how I feel. I mean, I got to get it done before 6 in the morning. It's 3 hours to go. Yeah, I need to plan ahead a little bit. I mean, I wasn't going to do the drafts until after Thursday anyway, so I had a chance at getting those new cards, but I could have probably started the other rosters sooner. Okay. Oh, shoot. I forgot to add the. There's a bronze only. Oh, it's still open. Sweet. Okay, I thought I missed my chance at that. Awesome. Just have to remember to add that bronze only on my other account after we're done with this. All right. Superstition time. When do I press the button? When do I press the button? Superstition time. And go. Not terrible, not great. I mean, on a best of nine, maybe a closer makes a little more sense, but I think between offense and defensive flexibility, it's this Justin Turner or this Ellie Dela Cruz. I usually take the Ellie Dela Cruz, so I'm going to stay with that. I've been going with this Albert Bell when he shows up at this round, but I haven't had this Marcelo Mayer show up before. Like that defensive flexibility is great, but look at all that. 100 first base, 108 second base, 100 third base, 93 shortstop, and 3 outfield spots. But this Albert Bell card, and one of the things I look for is, are there traits that show up here that you're not going to be able to replicate later? And this 133 power is going to be hard to find later. So that's usually why I end up taking Bell here. I don't think any of these pictures comes close to being good enough. Yeah. All right. That makes it easy. Feel good about that Bell choice. I just am bummed out I'm not getting any of the new really great cards. These are good cards. These are solid cards, but not what I was hoping for. At this point, I'm not opposed to taking a super good defensive player up the middle. So shortstop 116 for Terry Turner. This Taylor Naquin I think plays pretty well. And then there's 104 at third base, but this Longoria card's pretty splitty. So this Ben Sheets is way better than last year's, but this home run suppression for a high diamond, I don't like 71, so I'm going to pass on that. This Canseco card is surprisingly good. I end up taking a lot. The BABIP is 84, which you wouldn't know if you just looked at 67 contact, and I like this high power, high eye. Stealing ability is not what I would have expected. I would have thought more of like a 30-30, 40-40 guy would have higher stealing on a peak card, but overall, he plays defense better than I would have expected to, and I think given like what can I find now that I can't find later, I can probably find a decent shortstop. There's the gold Lopez and the gold Bell. I can hope to get one of those. This Ross Young's is 100 defense, but I mean, I don't think I can pass up this 112 power in this stadium. Yeah, I think I talked myself into it. Okay. Oh, here we go. Corey Seager. He's a 95, but that's solid defense. So now I feel fine having passed up some shortstops in the last 3 rounds. Um, I don't see a lot of great pitching here, so I don't mind using a pick on Seager. I might pick McElroy here, even though I passed on him before, but this Pete Hill, great left and right field. I think if he had a better center field or a little more power, I'd take this Pete Hill, but that BABIP's good too. And check out this awesome card art. I mean that's one of the best card arts out there. But I do think I might end up going McElroy here. Yeah. Well, Jay Payton, Georgia Tech product, but I'm going to pass on him tonight. All right. I think I remember this Colt Keith being good. Yeah, he's got the power I want for this stadium. Decent eye, really good eye against righties. The defense is a problem, but I can hide him at third. I can maybe DH him, but there are better DHs out there, so he's not an automatic pick here by any means. Cashner's a good starter, I think, here. Yeah, it's not the perfect shape, but it's pretty good. Don't mind grabbing him. And then Carl Mays is one where I feel like his shape is always better than he performs, and I think it might be this low stuff that causes the problem. In fact, I think someone was joking about him in the streams earlier today, or I guess it's yesterday now. Given Colt Keith's poor defense, I actually don't mind going pitcher here since we're already in round five and don't have any starters. So yeah, I might bypass Colt Keith for now. Although it's hard to pass up that 114 home run rate. I just don't know where I'm going to bat him. All right, let's take a flyer on him. I don't think at this point we can be cautious. We need to get some luck here. So let's kind of push it. Okay, Buster Posey's a great find here in round six, especially considering I don't have a catcher yet. So he's an insta pick. And then Kelly Downs here, I think, is pretty good at this spot. Yeah, 95 home run suppression, 76 control. Decent stuff. So we're going to go Downs Posey here. I think Tehran's got bad home run allowed, right? Well, no, it's not that. It's just it's got that shape that doesn't play super duper well. Flat spike, with the spike being P Babbitt, so I'm going to pass on him. Um, hmm. Jimmy Fox at first base. This is a lot of power for this stadium in round seven, and we don't have a first baseman yet, so that's perfect. Take him. And I still need some pitching, but that shape's not good. And I think relief pitching won't really help us much yet. Oh, this Happy Felch card has actually surprising power. 88, 85 overall, but it's all in VR. But the contact is so that's a weird card. I don't know. What's our short? We have Corey Seager, so Ian Desmond would be pure backup, but he can also back up first base. But he's a righty, and Jimmy Fox is a righty, so that doesn't really help us much. Where's my second pick here? Swisher's take. Oh man, do I have to go relief pitcher then? Because I'd like to take a pitcher. High stuff, low control. Medium home run allowed. God, I don't like that card either, but I need a pitcher here. 46 control, 50 control. Not, well, let's just do a comparison. Which is the least bad option here? Higher control. This has higher home run suppression. This has higher stuff. Ugh. Baldstrom. Baldstrom. Is that my guy? Let's look up Mickelson first. Yeah, I don't like that shape. Man, this is an unfortunate pick in round seven, but let's just move on to the next round. Daddy Wags. His VR is not as overpowering as it was last year. This Kylie card has played really well for me in tournaments, despite the low stuff, but I'm worried about playing in this format with a home run stadium, so there's probably a lot of home run hitters. I know I'm talking about stuff, but uh, good home run suppression though. So let's go for him. We'll slot him in a closer. But he does not have a good shape. All right, it's early, but what do we need? Center field. DH can be anybody. Middle infield. Center field. Oh yeah, that's right. Fox can catch too, so that's good. But I can't forget that I actually need a true backup catcher there. So backup catcher in center field. Well, here's Jerry Willard. We just played him in the silver tournaments. Is that a sign? I think this AJ Puck card plays. It's very splitty though. Russell's a little better, but has control issues. So I think we'll go backup catcher here. Just get that out of the way. There's a couple good lefty relievers here. Oh, you know what? This Ostrowski shape, I think this Byerly is the complement to it. Well, not exactly, but it's close. It's a little more splitty. It's not as good home run suppression, but it's close. And they have like the reverse graphics. Am I going Ostrowski Fossis again? Oh no, it was Fossis and another righty in that other draft. All right, let's just go Byerly Ostrowski. It's worked for me before. Oh, Jake Stevens, thank you. Haven't seen him in the three drafts so far. And, I like the Demick card for that power eye, but it's very VR. And I like this Junior Felix card with the BABIP and some decent power. But I gotta go Salida here with this stadium. And with Jimmy Fox, I mean, they won't be a pure platoon. I'll probably go first base DH with both of them, but that's a good power combo there. All right, that's worth it in round 10. And Jake Stevens, awesome in round 10. Okay, we need, how much more pitching do we need? Oh, we're not in bad shape. 7 pitchers. And then are we still looking center field here? Yeah, every other position is filled in now. We just need a center fielder. We're not going to get a great one at this point because it's so late, but there's still 2 left. Um, and actually, this Willie Mays might play center. Yeah, center field 85. That's perfect. Unfortunately, this is a low power Willie Mays, and this stadium we might have a higher power Willie Mays, but I think we're probably going to take him. And then this Carlos Silva card. Um, this is that uber high control one, but it's got pretty poor home run suppression. I don't know if we're going to end up taking him. I'm hoping we can find an alternative here, but like when you start getting this low, you get a lot of low control pitchers, and then you have to figure out what's the least least damaging of your options at that point. Ooh, we might have to end up taking Silva with that shape I don't like, but if you're ever in a 5L or 6L or frankly any draft and you don't have enough position coverage, this Jack Rothrock card is awesome. Look at first base 82, second 78, third 70, shortstop 62, left field 90, center field 56, right field 84. Every position except catcher, and decent numbers for all of them. Not great, but decent. Great utility pick. But okay, I might have to go with Silva, and then he doesn't have the power, but I might have to go with Mace. I need that backup center fielder. We'll try to get power in the next 2 rounds. And that brings us to 8 pitchers too. So we can pick one pitcher per round in the last 2 rounds. So we can go batter, pitcher, batter, pitcher. Oh no, wait, we get five in round 13 in this format, so that's even better. Um, this Mincher card has good power I, VR, but we already have Salida and Jimmy Fox, and I guess it's calling Colt Keith the first baseman too, but he's in the running for DH, so I don't think we have enough spaces for another Mincher type. Walter French can field but not hit. Or we could just grab Mincher and figure out what to do with him later. We've got to take one of these pictures, whichever one's the least bad. Probably Candelaria. Yeah, I don't like his shape and he's splitty, but he's better than the other options. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to go with that. And we don't need another catcher anymore, so this Fran Healy's out of play. We've got our center fielder now, backup center fielder. Another center fielder going to be terrible, but we're close to best bat available situation now. Walter French plays a mean center field at a 102, but this offense is anemic. There's still two more center fielders left, so if it's best bat available, it's this Mincher bat. The problem is, unlike some of the other ones we looked at, he doesn't have that other leg of the triangle with Babbitt. It's just power I. But he's a lefty. Fox is a righty. But we also have we also have was it Mo Vaughn we have? Oh, Salida. We have Tony Salida. Hey, Beck Dog. You feel like you got an above average draft, but not amazing? Yeah, so this is my third PTCS draft of the night. The first one, I kind of messed up because I was drafting for 12 pitchers and I realized that I forgot that I needed 10. And I overcorrected and I had to take 4 pitchers in round 13. Um, and then what did I mess up in the second one? Um, so my second wasn't great either. And this one's going a little better, but the problem is I haven't gotten any real meta cards in this one. Should I, should I grab another pitcher? I don't like any of these options here either. Beck Doug, what else are you in besides the draft? All right, let's take best bet available, and that's Mincher. We're gonna have a backlog at first base and DH, but 2 teams in Ireland and just a draft. Okay, cool. I had fun picking those Iron teams. All right, I need a pitcher and a hitter here. Still hoping for a good backup center fielder. Yeah, I'm still up, Nolan. 9 teams is more work than I thought it would be. And then I realized too, it's getting close to 5L firing, so I might have to draft those, or otherwise I'm going to end up forfeiting. But No matter what happens, I will have at least 9 Mike Moustakas, so that'll be fun. That will be worth staying up late for. All right, this is a problem with round 13. Sometimes you get some good 50s mixed in, but these are some dregs here. I mean, this is the closest to a decent profile. I don't like the 63 control, but I like it better than this Hal Jeff coat. And then at this point, I'm looking for best available bat or another center fielder. So none of these bats are great, especially in a power stadium. So it looks like I'm picking center fielders here. Center field 70, center field 65. How are your outfield ranges? 73. Now 80 range with a 72 arm. All right, Oscar Walker. Oh, you have no offense though. At least Jack Smith has home run power in a home run stadium. Hmm. Let me update my lineup situation here. Yeah, I don't love that Ellie Dela Cruz is my backup center fielder. Oh, wait, this is a round where I get to pick five. Oh, I've been doing so many double PDs and there's been two round, and also all the 5L, 6Ls are two cards per round. I forgot this one's five. So, okay, so I can pick both center fielders, I guess. I can use some outfield depth. I think I only needed one more pitcher. I can always take two, but there's not two good ones here, so I might not. I might go with 10 pitchers on this one. Yeah, sometimes you get good round 13. Sometimes you get kind of barren round 13s. This one's not great. This one at least give me some infield coverage, so we'll do Bill Hunnifield. And no one with power. The power stadium. No one with power. All right, maybe we'll take the next least terrible pitcher, which is this 106 control, but it's paired with I think it was like 56 home run suppression, 57 home run suppression, and low stuff. But he's probably the next pitcher up. So you're on our team. All right, that's it. I think I'm done. I just have to finalize all this roster stuff, and we're good to go. And Beck Dog, thanks for the first time chat. Appreciate you joining in. It's super late here. It's starting to flip over to super early. I'm assuming not all of you are in West Coast time. So what are we going to do here? Let's go closer. Let's go stopper this time. Sometimes that works out all right. And then we'll go set up, middle. And then we'll. Beck Dog says, Iron on my main account will be interesting setup. Lost Foley, Tip, Musil, and Orango. Orango lose that loss of Orango was big. I'm sure a lot of people are suffering on that one. That's a tough one. I managed to get a Sanez and Ken McCulling combinators from info. Oh, nice. To replace the Foley a bit. I haven't tried to figure out how I want to fix the rest of my outfield. Yeah. Well, those combinators are a good step. Congrats on finding those. I mentioned way earlier in the stream how, I'm late to the combinator game and it's no one's fault but my own. But it almost seems sadder just having one or two combinators and having no combinators at all. Because at least if you have none, it's like, oh, maybe, he doesn't believe in combinators. But when you have just one or two, it's like, oh, what a sad effort at achieving combinator status. There's probably better VL options than McMullen, but I think I can use him in low iron later. Yeah, so you're still playing low. I gave up on low iron is the first one I gave up on when the combinators just started taking over because it was I think in that space it just was even more dominant, and so I just gave up on that first, and I just shifted to regular iron, and now I'm mostly relying on live iron to qualify. I might have been wrong though about feeling like low iron got taken over by combinators first. It just felt that way to me. All right, gotta do the old aggressive tiredness hook. Low iron is hit or miss. It feels like to you. Yeah, I can see that. I also might have, it also might have just been bad luck where, I got knocked out of a few low irons by combinator teams early on. And so to me, it just felt like it was the takeover was faster. Got some semi good news earlier. Paul Spohr was on earlier, and we were talking about how this having to check the aggressive tiredness hook for every pitcher is kind of annoying. And he mentioned that one of the other things was it used to be like this, and now it's more of a global checkbox. And so I think he said he would ask about getting this changed, which would be a nice quality of life thing. It just takes a while. All right, let's finalize this lineup. Considering I didn't get any like meta-ish offensive cards, I'm not unhappy with what we got, but we're gonna run into teams that have one or two of those killer cards, and it's gonna be tough to keep up. Uh, Setting up minor leagues and basically having to click that as a pay. Oh yeah, when you're doing a full roster or a full league, it's got to be terrible. I've even started doing this thing where I don't even use my mouse anymore. I've got a touchscreen laptop, and I just like hang my hand off the top of the screen and just use my thumb to go back and forth between the arrow and the checkbox. But that's one of the least fun things I have to do these days. Of course, I'm complaining about playing a game, so it can't be that bad, right? All right, so this is the one where I've got a log jam at first base. I've got between first base and DH, and Colt Keith can maybe play some second base, but I've got Jimmy Fox, Colt Keith, Don Mincher, and Tony Salida. Now, Salida, I like to play VL and VR. Um, and I think I probably value him more than some other people do because I go by BABIP right now instead of contact. And his BABIP is really good, and his is good, and his contact is poor. All right, so Colt Keith, I don't think I'm going to play V. Well, no, he plays pretty well VL. Who's my second baseman? Oh, Jake Stevens. I want to keep him. Corey Seager's shortstop defense is too good. I want to keep him. Stevens also plays third, but that's where Ellie Dela Cruz is. Hmm. Well, I want Jimmy Fox in VL, but he's okay. He's already there at DH. All right, who's the best VL option? Colt Keith, Don Mincher, not Mincher for sure. Okay, Salida's got Keith on I, so I'm gonna go Salida first base VL. Okay, VR. Dog says, I'm curious to see how the tournament rewards forthcoming change daily, weekly joinage. Might make some of the daily tournaments a bit easier if strong teams are locking a slot weekly for the Saturday night. Yeah, yeah, I didn't think about that. About teams giving up a slot. I mean, I don't play Iron Warrior anymore because I just assume I'm going to get steamrolled by an all Combinator team. So I feel like there's no sense locking up a slot if that's going to happen. Yeah, but we were talking in chat way earlier. I actually saw Saturday Iron Warrior was open with less than 24 hours, maybe even less than 12 hours ago, and I still didn't join because I don't like being destroyed by all Combinator teams, and I just assume that's what's going to happen in Saturday Iron Warrior. So I just it's sad, but I just kind of gave up on it, even though there was an open slot with less than a day left. Okay, VR Mincher is still dominated by Salida. Colt Keith. You can make a case for Colt Keith. Okay, so Colt Keith will play VR. Salida VL. Does Salida play over Jimmy Fox at DH? Uh, yes. So we'll go Salida over Jimmy Fox at DH. Perfect. Oh, who's a better first baseman? Colt Keith or Salida? Colt Keith is. Okay. So move Posey down. Mays without power. We'll move him down. Posey can move up. Okay, I kind of like how this looks. Oh yeah, I like that better. Okay. And then VL. I'm moving them up. Buster Posey VL is really good. I like him in the 3 spot. Okay. And then I want all the Willard substitutions to be VR. So VR Willard's going to play every second game. And then Posey's going to play all the games VL. And we'll make Jimmy Fox the backup there. VL. Okay. All right. Am I doing any sliders here? Yeah, Dela Cruz is fast enough for some slider action. And then who else? What about Canseco? Yeah, he's sub 80 stealing, so I'm not going to do that. Jack Smith. Yeah, I think that might be it. Willer's not going to start. Major's not going to start. Okay. All right, PTCS number 3, 9 for 9 lineups are done. Just go through the checklists. 2 iron, yep. 2 bronze, yep. 2 silver, just did that. And then the 3 drafts. Okay. All right. Well, I've got to do the 5 Ls anyway, so maybe I'll just do those on stream. Beckdog, are you done drafting and making lineups tonight, or do you have any more drafts, like non-PTCS drafts to do? I don't want to forfeit these 5Ls, so I'm going to go ahead and bite the bullet, stay up a little longer, and fill them in real quick. Which accounts are they? You have a couple drops way later for daily tournaments, so you have to hit the hay. I will say, having played all these 5Ls made the tail ends of the drafts a lot easier, just because I knew those lower level cards pretty well. Okay, there's not a great silver around here, but as far as kind of the least worst of the bad shape, but don't love it. Better shape, but I don't like that control. This Aguilar card is decent, good power. So one thing I might do is just maybe lock down center field and shortstop now. Give me a little more drafting flexibility in rounds where there are better cards. No, you'll be up a while. Which time zone are you in? Mauer's a definite pick here. DeYoung at shortstop. Okay, that's a good round. Central, but your sleep is all out of whack. Yeah, I'm Pacific, but it's past 3:30 here. My sleep's been out of whack too. I did this crazy thing in this past cycle where I tried to qualify all 6 teams in daily draft, and so my sleep is out of whack from doing that. How about a catcher? Mm, well, there are no good cards. It's good to at least check some roster requirement boxes, but I don't even see that here. Is your sleep, Beck Dog, your sleep out of whack from work or from fun or? Guess our really is not terrible. We'll take him. All right. Just a normal day-to-day stuff. You work from home and kind of work. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. When I was doing that experiment, I actually like set a daytime nap time to kind of make up for the sleep I was losing at night. So helped me from losing my marbles during the week. But it was a weird week or a weird month. Sorry. And then to top it all off, I only qualified. I achieved half my mission instead of qualifying all 6. I qualified 3. But by all accounts, it was a hard month to qualify in daily drafts. So still feel pretty good about it. All right, let's at least lock down center field. Oh wait, I already did with Vince DiMaggio. I don't need another center fielder. Well, at least this Irwin card would cover 2 positions, but with no offense. Okay, we'll pick it and move on. You might try to qualify for more than Iron this month. You're free to play, so mostly focusing on card acquisition. Yeah, I bought a second license when I decided I was going to start streaming, and that all 3 accounts on that are free to play. And yeah, as long as you keep up with your pack drops and stuff, it's definitely manageable. It's just I think makes it extra hard to keep up with the combinators though. But you just get lucky with 1 or 2 hot cards, and if you don't mind selling them, it's pretty easy to keep up. Yeah, good luck for qualifying in more this month. What is your plan to qualify in iron, and then when you feel like you have enough cushion, try to switch to another category? Probably, yeah. That's early advice I got from Mr. Audit, and it's worked in the past. This year, though, I've stayed focused on iron, bronze, silver, and then iron, bronze, silver, just because um, in the past I used to only manage three accounts, so I could like pivot a little more easily. This time around, I just don't have the bandwidth to change, so I'm just going to keep those three in their lanes. But especially with like the um, now that there's a first round prize, I'm fine just making it and getting that first round prize and just having a chance at moving forward. You're getting close to having all the cards. Oh, I hadn't even thought about that. You're at 35-17 or the 38-36, mostly missing diamonds and perfects. Well, I guess that's to be expected, but yeah, that's great. So the Tuesday Trevor Show is going to drive you nuts then, because that's going to be like every week now a second batch of cards coming out. Okay, Maller's a lefty, so I like taking Charlie O'Brien the righty. That'll be good. And then Venable's a good outfielder, and I think we need some outfielders still. Yep. I said that. Mostly doing this just to make missions easier going forward. Yeah. How are you on the missions? Are you caught up on all of them then, if you have that much card coverage? Not all of them, but most. Nice. Are you running into some of the same? I keep hearing that there are a few blocker cards out there. Are those the ones you're running into? Not loving these pictures. It is lower level though, so I guess you just can't hold these to the same standard. Need a lefty. Yeah, who holds finished and holiday? That's good. And the future legend one missions, but not Ellie yet. Well, I've got him in this draft. That's another thing I like about these drafts. You get to play with cards that you might not be able to get in the league game. Like I got to play with the Musial card a few times, which was fun. And you can get some of those limited edition cards in here too, which is nice. Oof, I need more pictures. Oh, my coverage here. Okay, let's just focus on getting some pictures. Even if they're not great, let's get pictures. He's actually not bad. Okay, I like that shape. How do you know bueno and dues? I think he's a decent reliever, a little splitty, but decent. Oh yeah, no, I forgot. He's got the terrible. Who am I thinking of? Good shape, but no control. All right. This is not one of my better 5L drafts. Oh, wait. Joe Orengo. Gotta take you. Gotta take you. Even though I need pictures, I'm gonna take you. Because I missed you so much at PTCS. Juan Francisco. Gonna take you even though I need pitching. Right, that's gonna mean I have to take 3 pitchers in the last round, which isn't that bad. Okay. All right. Hopefully there are 3 non-terrible pitchers in here. Don't love that home run suppression. We're gonna take Russell Brandon though for sure. Okay, cool. Don't like that card, but I'm gonna have to take you. Yeah, none of these are really gonna be fun to pitch. All the same bad shape too. Okay, that was worse. Oh, I forgot. I only get to pick 2, not 5. Oh, that's a bummer. All right, this is gonna be a quick exit 5. Oh, wait a second. What year is it? 85. Yeah. I don't think 10 pitchers is gonna cut it in 85. 50 home runs suppression. Ooh, either of these is good. Okay, I feel like I need Granny, but do I really? First and third? No. Granny would be nice to have, but not necessary. Let's just take 2 crappy pitchers. All right, at least that's picked. Every time I have a bad draft like that, I just do the bare minimum post draft and move on to the next. So I'll do my sliders. Hey, I've set the staff, but I'll at least pick the rotation. Let's say that's fine. Yeah, sets the lineup, and I make some adjustments. I want Rango in there at second instead of Uribe. I would like O'Brien to platoon. Catchers need their rest. I would like to start Juan Francisco at third, especially VR. And Dave Nicholson should start VL. Victor Scott is not in center field? Oh, yeah, his card is terrible VL. I realize that. Okay, Dave Nicholson. Okay, that's kind of the bare minimum roster prep after a draft. We're going to call you done. And then one more 5L, and then I might call it a night. All right. There's the 5L. Oh, I might go pitcher here. Okay, I definitely want the Irwin. His Quintana shape is decent, but maybe I want Hank Aaron instead. Yeah, go Erlin Aaron. I hope I don't regret passing up a decent pitcher there. Okay, pick up a 100 defense shortstop. Pick up another. Okay, this is just as good as that picture I passed up. It's just a righty instead of a lefty, so now I don't feel so bad. Alright. Oh, Diamond Pipkins. Instant ad. This Cam Carrion is a good catcher, but I also like this Brian Dozier. Yeah, we'll take Dozier. Wait for another catcher, maybe one with more power. Oh, Andre Jones. And we'll take Jeff Blauser at short slash second slash third. No pitchers we're really missing out on. This Joe Black gives up too many home runs, so we're good. Hmm. Might regret passing up that catcher. Need a pitcher. Need a pitcher. The flat profile's probably better than nothing. And then need a bad runner. Geiger's not terrible, and he plays good corner defense in the outfield, so we'll take him. Some Saley, I think, is a good. Oh no, he's got that low home run suppression shape. Bummer. I was ready to take him. It's my first base situation. I don't have one, so Rudy York might be makes sense. Maybe platoon with Camille. Might work. Man Warren for defense, I guess, or Earl Everill for offense. Actually, I don't have any catchers yet, so I can just take them both and be done with catcher. Unless there's another position I want. Let's see. No, I think we go catcher, catcher, because we don't have any. We're already around 7. All right, now I need to get caught up on pitchers. Yeah, no pitchers to control this round. It's 52 might be the highest. Oh, no, there's this Levine that has good control but terrible home run suppression. But I might need to take it here. Climate. God, all these pitchers are not great. Man, these pickings are slim on this card, this round. Let's we're just talking about Ted Lepsio earlier tonight. What's my lineup situation here? 11 players. Oh, I need a third baseman. Did not realize that. Ted, do you play third? Oh, you do play third. Problem solved. I was going to pick you anyway. Okay, Sampin's the least bad. Pitching 6. All right. Gotta get caught up on the pitching side. Oof. Bad home run suppression, but not terrible shape. So we'll take you. Oh no, this Clyde Barfoot card is legit decent. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna look for another legit decent card. I'm not giving up that fast this time. Low control with that high stuff. Still don't think I can take it. I know we've got so many position players, but I'm so tempted to take this Babe Dahlgren. Okay, least of the bad shapes here. Take you. Ooh, this is Monty Grandal. He at least also plays first base, but we're gonna have two catchers and two first basemen, so that's not happening. Okay, Paul plays. I think this Paul Carter has bad home run suppression, but he's not terrible. Okay, we'll go Chuck Crimmer and say VR only. Oh, so many low control pitchers. No, 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 no. Oh, so many cars with bad control. My standards are sliding. No, 23 is still too low. Do I grab this guy? Oh, man. You might be the. No, that's bad. Is that really the least bad? I think it is. Oh, good. I've got 12 pitchers, so I can take. Oh, bummer. This is actually a decent pitcher. I should have waited. I'm going to grab him. And then Mac Jones for good bad VR. I would have taken Verdansky if I hadn't taken one of those earlier pitchers, but gotta take Brainerd. Okay. I had to take one too many pitchers, but that wasn't terrible. Okay. Once I get this one set up, I think I'm done. I've got everything that I have to do done. I don't know when I'm going to ever open these packs. I got 324 in this account. I've got over 300 in the franchise time machine account. And I just don't have time to open them ever. I might even have some meta cards that are potentially in there, and I'll never know without the time to open them. Charles, first time chatting in my stream. Thanks for coming here. Out of curiosity, what happens if you mispronounce the name of a player during the stream? So one of the ideas I suggested was um, if I mispronounce a name that's been made eligible, then it becomes ineligible. But the record keeping of that is just going to be too difficult. I'm already like buried in names that I haven't put into my database yet. So I think for now, nothing. Um, I definitely cannot add them to my list. That's definitely for sure. Um, Otherwise, there would be so many accusations of rigging the system. So I can mispronounce anything and it doesn't become eligible. But I think a fun wrinkle would be over time if I can get, I don't know, an easier way to manage it, that if I mispronounce the name, it becomes ineligible. But as of right now, nothing happens. All right. You know what? I'm so tired, and this draft is only mediocre, so I'm just going to let the AI set everything up, and then I'm going to go to bed. It is 4 o'clock here, and I'm still awake. Charles, I'm guessing wherever you are, you're getting up. Yeah, okay. Stick a fork in me. I am done. Kind of your lunch. Oh, right. You're in Europe, right? Is that right? I'm kind of remembering now that you're in Europe somewhere. Maybe like the Netherlands or something? Denmark. Sorry, Denmark. Okay. Yeah. Oh, all right. Well, I need to get to bed because I've got to get up in a few hours to get the girls up. So thanks for joining. Good luck in all your PTCSs tomorrow. Good luck in your league playoffs on Sunday. And if you're interested, tomorrow night I will be streaming. We've been working on this all-time great rookie seasons team where I bring all the greatest rookies from across baseball history into 2023 to play as basically to replace the Oakland Athletics who want to move anyway. And we figured out a few things based on some quirks in the data that the AI was still doing weird stuff, and I figured out how to not do those things. So I'm gonna have a stream where I explain how to do a super clean speed simulation with historic players. So we're gonna still use that rookie team. It'll include showing you how to use editor to get the right Josh Gibson profile instead of the weak one that comes through import. And then the settings to use to do a speed simulation where you don't get interruptions, but you also don't have the AI doing things like trades or signing players and stuff. So if you're interested in that, that'll be tomorrow night if I can recover from tonight. All right, everybody, good luck on all your stuff. And let me see if I can rage you into someone who's doing OOTP. Man, I'm up so late. Maybe D Block's already up. Who is streaming OOTP? Oh, I'm the only one streaming OOTP right now. Charles, were you gonna fire up the stream? I can stream. I can raid into you. Or are you just hanging out right now? Once is enough. once is enough. Once a week might also be enough for the audience too, I guess. All right, so I guess should I do the traditional raid into Alf? I've never done that before, so that would be exciting for me. This will be my first ever raid into Alf. All right, thanks again for popping in, guys. Appreciate it, and good luck on all your OTP endeavors this weekend.